of some drag marks that we might want to follow up on. And then from there, I'd like to go look for some male lions who are dominant in the south of the reserve. But for now, welcome aboard your live safari through the African bush. It's so nice to see these three young Sabaral cheetah again. It's been a few days since I've seen them, and they are looking really healthy. If you have a look at their little bellies, they are super full. So these guys have obviously managed to have a good meal during maybe the last day or two. They do digest their food really quickly, so a full stomach only kind of lasts them for about a day or so. But really, really nice to see, and always good news to see that they're looking healthy and well fed. I'm Devin. I'm going to be guiding you here at And Beyond Phinda today. Behind the camera we've got Craig. He's doing all the camera work. And these three cheetah are giving us a real treat of a sighting to start off with. And these three youngsters, if you watch the show quite regularly, I'm sure you've seen them before. And we following them growing up with Wild Earth has been a real treat. At the moment, they are really just relaxing. You can see lots of tail swishing happening under the bush there where they're lying. And that will be because of all the flies that are around. So at Phinda, the climate is quite tropical. And on days like today, it's been probably around mid to high 20s, maybe even into the 30s with quite a high humidity. Lots and lots of insects and flies that we get here. And we'll often see, especially with the big cats, there's lots of tail swishing and ear flicking. Zebra, wildebeest, buffalo, it's all the same. Everyone really struggles with all these flies that we get. But to be able to lie under a bush like this where these cheetah are is really the best thing one can do when being bugged by flies like that. The way that one at the back is sitting, you can see sitting with their head propped up, and that's really characteristic of cheetah, to sleep with their heads up like that. And of course the head goes down just as I say it. Murphy's Law, you know. But being quite low down on the food chain, smaller and less strong than leopards, smaller than less strong than lions, hyena, they really do need to be aware of any other predator that might be approaching them or in the area, because they need to use their speed to get away. And lions are expert stalkers, so they need to get as much of a head start as they can should another predator approach. And the best way for them to do that is to keep their heads up. You'll notice ears, eyes, nose obviously on the head, and by raising those just a little bit, it just gives them a little bit extra kind of a pre-warning system, if you will, to an approaching, potentially dangerous animal approaching them. We can still see that they are quite fluffy around the head. So not quite adults yet, although they are getting there quite quickly and they're growing at a rapid pace. It amazes me how well they're managing to hunt. Was quite skeptical at first when I heard about this conservation program that was going to be happening, and subsequently the first time that I actually got to see them, I saw them being chased by a herd of zebra. There were 5 or 6 zebra. One of the youngsters tried to stalk them, and the zebra turned around and chased the cheetah, who then ran into a thicket. And when we looped around to the other side of the thicket, I saw one of them had caught a small impala, which was really quite amazing. I was very happy to see that, because these cheetah have to be able to hunt if they're going to survive. See, that ear really is flicking a lot in there. And if you look quite carefully, you might even be able to see flies that are pestering them. You can imagine in the last day or two we said they've eaten, and although they've cleaned themselves and they'll groom themselves constantly, cheetah are quite a clean animal. There will be residue of meat and that sort of thing, as well as all the perspiration from these animals. Like I said, probably 30 up to 32 degrees today. Sometimes it gets hotter, 35, 36, 37. And with those coats of fur, these really are, well, they will sweat. One of the mechanisms for mammals to keep cool. That little one that's now sitting at the back's got his mouth open. Breathing quite steadily there, that full little belly rising and falling. Yes, Daniel, that is a very accurate observation. Like I mentioned a few minutes ago, it's absolutely vitally important that they stay alert all the time. They'll rest and they'll take it in turns, resting with their heads down. But of these three, one of them always needs to have their head up and be at least semi-conscious and awake, because at any point a leopard or a lion or maybe even a larger cheetah could come through this area, and these three are small. They need to get away from those animals as quickly as possible, and they need to become alert to them as quickly as possible. I'm not sure if you can hear that, but in the background there are some monkeys alarm calling. There was quite a big raptor that flew over, but I don't think it was a crowned eagle. It actually looks like an African harrier hawk. It's gone off into the distance behind a tree. One of these cheetah have sat up now. I wonder if it is in response to those alarm calls from the monkeys. The monkeys' alarm calls do sound quite far away though. Very, very interesting. Yeah, they're off in the distance, maybe at a good couple 100 meters away. We are close-ish to a dry riverbed and a drainage system. There's another cheetah getting up now. I get the feeling that they're reacting, or maybe these alarm calls just woke them up a little bit. No, maybe not. That one has now moved a little bit deeper into the thicket and sat down again. But as they look towards us, you really get the beautiful eye of a cheetah. I really love viewing cheetah in the late afternoon when the sun's really low on the horizon, because sometimes if the cheetah are facing towards the sun, the sunlight gets into their eyeballs, which are quite far back set in their skull. During the middle of the day, the light won't shine directly onto their eyeballs, but later on it does, and when it does that, there's this beautiful golden amber color that comes through, which is beautiful to see. It'll be a few hours before that happens with these guys, and from where they're sitting now, there's not going to be any light getting onto into their eyes. They're lying down again. So maybe just a little bit of adjustment, getting comfortable, hearing the monkeys and deciding that maybe they need to be paying a little bit more attention. Although the wind is blowing from the direction of the monkeys towards us and onto these cheetahs. So if there is any animal in that direction that starts moving towards us, they will catch wind of it. Most likely before they hear it, and maybe even before they see it. Most definitely before they see it. So Punda is very well known for its cheetah, and we have a very long history of conservation with them as a species in this area. Now, cheetah in Southern Africa are really struggling. To start with, they've got a very small genetic pool to draw from. They were hunted and persecuted until there weren't very many of them left, and as a result, genetically, they're not very strong. But that's all the more reason for us to do a lot of hard work at conserving and making sure that they do survive. Now that they've moved, you really do get a nice kind of sense of that fluffiness that's still on their head. We are probably approaching about 12 months old now, approaching a year. From here, I think we'll maybe go quickly have a look and see if we can see what those monkeys were alarm calling at. But for now, we're going to send you across to have a look at some weather.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Chitwa Dam. Impo and I have raced all the way down here in search of shade. We did not find much shade at all en route, but we finally have. My name is Lauren, and as I mentioned, I have Impo on camera, and sorry about the angle. It's not Impo's fault, it's mine. I'm going to quickly reposition for you because I've done a terrible job of this. It is phenomenally hot. I feel like, as James once said, is this better for you, Impo? A large section of the sun has fallen out of the sky and landed in Djuma. It's the hottest I have felt summer in a very, very long time. So shade is exactly what we're going to be seeking. We're going to sit at Chitwa Dam, just relax. We've got all of these wonderful hippopotami, fish eagles flying around, insects buzzing around. We've got some little goslings, and I am more than sure there'll be some reptiles. So that's going to be the start of our drive. And we spent a long time this morning searching furiously for a leopard. So of course, nothing's going to be moving in this heat. We'll wait till it cools down a little bit, scratch around for our leopard, and then eventually end up at my favourite place in the world, the hyena den. I'm hoping some elephants come and drink here as well. That would be really, really ideal. Wouldn't it, hippos? You guys are fine in that dam. Can you imagine how it feels to be nice and cool inside Chitwa Dam right now? The surface will actually be warm. In this type of heat, in the African sun, the surface of the water will be actually quite warm. But as you go a little bit deeper, although light penetrates, heat sort of dissolves, if you like. So it won't be the coldest waters, but they will be relishing the cooler water as you go down a little bit towards the dam floor. The sort of sediment in the bottom. Now this tree, if we could just take a look at this tree, Impo. This used to be an island. I'm sure many of you remember this. In winter, this is an island. The tree sticks out, and it's almost, I often refer to it as Fish Island. I always think it looks like the shape of a fish. But you can just see how full this dam is. The water goes right up to the bottom of the tree. You would never know there was an island there. But this is why the hippos are around this tree. Because, of course, they can stand. Now, Jared, I just want to double check you're there. Sometimes in this area of Chitwa, the comms are a little bit tricky. Yes, he's there. Okay, we've parked in the perfect place. We're both in the shade. Are you in the shade, Impo? He's nodding. He's in the shade. and we're going to get a view of anything that comes down to this dam to drink, which is absolutely ideal. Okay, so we're going to sit back, relax, enjoy the dam, and you guys are going to go across to Andrew.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon. So all we do, we're checking some of the fee watering hole, hoping during this course of the hot day maybe would be an animal that drinking in there. My name is Andrew. I have Davi on camera this afternoon. This is where we're actually going to begin our game drive. So we actually at one of the watering holes, a unique name. It's called Robin Post up north in Devil's Hook. And there was still some kind of a rattling sound, which is all frogs, tiny frogs. Painted reed frog that will be making so much of a sound, especially when it gets cooled off during the day. And also when the sun goes down. There's also still a lot of a remain of the former nest. The nest of a frog, which is probably look older, some of them there. All the teddy poles already emerged into the water, but the remain of the form is still there. Continue checking a few little bit of the ponds around here. See if we can come across either buffalo or elephants swimming about or mud wallowing.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here in Northern California.
This is an Anna's hummingbird. We love seeing him because he brings a little magic and energy to our cold, wintry backyard.
In the winter, they politely visit one at a time, but in the summer, they gorge themselves in groups to prepare for their long migration south. As the hummingbirds fly south, over 1 million of these Canadian geese travel the Pacific Flyway from the Arctic to spend the winter with us. They like wetlands and we're in a drought, but they seem pretty happy on the dry bank of Folsom Lake here. This has been a tough year everywhere, but one good thing was we found Wild Earth, who encouraged us to relieve our stress through nature. There's a saying that
a distraction is momentary, an escape helps you heal.
What are you looking at, man? That's its gangster face. It has the manners of a common variety vagabond. Look at it, chewing with its mouth open like that.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at Wild Earth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live Safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
There's now a breeze coming through, which is just delicious. We definitely made the right call, Limpo. Now, talking of heat, because that's going to be the main topic of today, I imagine. A lot of people ask, can animals get heat stroke? And yes, they absolutely can. I'm going to speak about mammals here, because mammals, I suppose, we are mammals, easiest to relate to. But your pets, you need to be really, really careful with your dogs or your cats or any sort of pet you have if you have heat. I mean, in Scotland, let's face it, that's not so much of a worry, but in other countries, I'm sure it is. And heat stroke is the term that we give when heat generation exceeds the body's ability to lose heat. So every sort of body, and I mean every species, every organism has a mechanism in place, an internal mechanism to lose heat. Now, humans is sweating. I'm not going to lie to you all, I'm sweating right now. It's not very pleasant. Yeah, the hippos are not impressed. Sorry, hippos. But I'm sweating because my body's hot, it's uncomfortable. It's the sort of ambient temperature is causing my internal temperature to exceed, and therefore I'm sweating to try and cool down through evaporative cooling. There's all sorts of different ways to lose heat in the animal kingdom. Not all our organisms are the same. But if I was to ignore all these sort of internal alarms that are going off and stay out in the sun, I would get heat stroke. Because the heat generation is just far too high, my body's not coping, it's not losing heat quickly enough. So therefore mammals, like your cats, and your dogs, especially those that are covered in hair, leopards, lions, if they lie out in the hot African sun all day long, they absolutely will get heat stroke. But luckily enough, their bodies are equipped with sort of internal mechanisms that say, too hot, seek shade, drink water. And of course the animal will follow. But there has actually been records of lions, a wild lion, I think it was called Sheba, can't remember where it's from. I will get back to you on that actually died of heat stroke. Now, hippos, for example, they can absolutely die of heat stroke. Their skin is so fine, 7 times finer than other mammals, that it starts to crack and dehydrate. So you would think that they've got really thick skin, but actually they've got a really thick layer of sort of fat, but the skin, the epidermis itself is very, very fine, and that's why they spend all day in water. Not just because it's jolly good fun, which it is, but they're trying to keep their skin moist and hydrated. It will crack. They won't be able to cool down, and hippos absolutely could suffer from heat stroke. We just get asked that question a lot, and it's just a very serious condition that, yes, animals can suffer from. Oh, thank you, Jared. It's on the ball this afternoon. Yes, Sheba the lion is from North Carolina. That's right. I think it was in captivity, yes, but it was heat stroke that it passed away from. So I don't quite exactly know what went wrong, but my point is, in the wild, animals will avoid heat because all those alarm bells are going off. Yes, vitamin D, a little bit of sun is good for them, but then at the end of the day, they will seek shade. It's probably not a conscious thought for the organism. It's probably a sort of automatic thought. Too cold, seek sun. Too hot, seek shade. Thirsty, drink water. But if they ignored those signs for some reason, then they absolutely would suffer. I think all terrestrial organisms could be susceptible to heat stroke. I'm not sure about insects. I might need to Google the insect one, do some research. But anything that overheats is going to be susceptible to heat stroke. Christine, you're saying a happy family of hippos? Indeed. Considering Chitwa Dam is so full, Christine, I actually thought we would have had more hippos. But we really don't. But this little group here, very happy. Look, they're all submerged. They can stay under for up to 6 minutes, at least the adults. Keeping cool, frolicking around, getting ready to come out when that sun starts to go down. Pod, not quite. That's something you really want to be careful for. Hippos are known to be very aggressive when on land. And if you're in a car and you see a hippo, you would generally tend to avoid it. An animal of that body mass could do serious damage to your car, possibly even topple it. Have been charged by a hippo once when I was on a train and drive with Mr. Brent Leo Smith, and that was rather terrifying. But it's not so common for a hippo to walk past your vehicle, at least in this area. In the Masai Mara, when we used to do drives up there, once the sun starts to go down, all the hippos just emerge from the water, from the Mara River, and start to spread out across the plains. So you will find hippos everywhere, but here, not so much. They're not out to get humans. We just become a threat as soon as we step out of the vehicle. We become a bipedal man, a bipedal primate. We become a threat. And hippos most definitely don't like to be blocked from their sort of pathway to the water body. They're not very gracious, to be honest. They're quite cumbersome. And therefore, they can't jump. They can't jump over logs. They can't twist and turn. So if you block their pathway to the water, you're in trouble. Extremely powerful animals with a reputation of being aggressive. Jared, you're gonna have to attempt that one again. Okay, we have a school. Not 100% sure of your name, but you are asking how big are hippos at birth? That is a great question, because they are very, very small. You wouldn't even believe how small they are for growing into such a large animal like a hippo. And believe it or not, they are born in the water. The mum gives birth in the water, but not deep water. She must be shallow, where at least her legs can touch the bottom, and she'll give birth. So baby hippos are actually born sort of holding their breath, and they suckle underwater. So they're able to fold down their ears and close their nostrils to avoid water going in so they don't drown. So they're very aquatic when they're first born. But as for their size, I'm not entirely sure. I mean weight and height, I'm not sure. But when you see them next to their mother, it's unbelievable. They're very, very small. They do grow quickly though. size for you somewhere. A baby elephant's born in around 100 kilograms, if that gives you any sort of indication. But for a hippo, I'll check. But going back to heat, I mean, hippos have a really unusual mechanism that no other organism actually has in order to protect themselves against the sun. And their skin has very specialized mucus glands. And that skin, the glands, are able to produce a substance. And this substance is actually very, very oily. And it's called hipposudoric acid. And it covers the skin and it's very red. And that's why you see hippos sometimes and their skin looks very, very red. It's actually this really specialized substance that's protecting the skin and acting as if it's a sunscreen. But the hipposudoric acid in general is actually made up of two different pigments. One is red and the other is orange. And these two pigments sort of join together to create an extremely red substance, oily in texture. And this is what protects the hippo's skin. It's actually said to have great sort of antibiotic properties as well, because hippos are notorious for fighting, especially when in winter, when resources are limited. And you will find many males with injuries. So this hipposudoric acid actually has really good antibiotic properties. They're terrible fighters, yet they're always fighting. You guys are terrible at fighting. And in real sort of drought times, mothers are actually known to continuously dribble saliva over their overexposed calves to try and keep them hydrated. And I think in the laboratory, the substance at concentrations lower than what's found on the hippo is actually said to prevent and inhibit two types of pathogenic bacteria growth. So it's of high interest in the scientific community, this substance is produced by the hippo. Mark, you're asking, can they relocate? Yes, they can. They're very mobile at night time. Although they're not very graceful on land, they're still mobile. And normally you find them moving a lot more in summer because water is plentiful. They don't want any sort of ecological niche to reach its maximum carrying capacity, and that once happened at Chitwa Dam. The water levels were too low for the number of hippos. I think there was something like 70 hippos, and it was far too many for the dam, and I'll explain what happened in just a moment. But when that happens, they will go and seek other water bodies if water is available. But if it's very sort of dry winter, very barren, water is not plentiful, then they have no choice but to stay. But yes, they will relocate. Sometimes we find a hippo in Treehouse Dam, sometimes we don't. Who knows where he goes? But he definitely goes somewhere. But going back to that event, I have mentioned it on drives before. It was a drive with Tristan. I happened to jump on the back and he found just dead fish everywhere around the embankments of Chitwa, just like Impo's showing you the shoreline right now. And this was caused because the water levels were really, really, really low and the hippos had reached their maximum carrying capacity for the dam. So they defecate in the dam during the day when they're resting. What they happen to do is do a lot of defecation. And this, of course, contains nutrients. So the nutrient level was far too high for the dam. And of course, oxygen is essentially the master variable for all aquatic life. Remove oxygen, and aquatic life cannot survive. So when hippos defecate, their feces actually sink to the very bottom of the river. And of course, with the high number of hippos, high number of defecation, there was just masses and masses of poo decomposing on the bottom of Chitwa Dam. And bacteria starts to devour that and break it down, which is a natural cycle. But the bacteria also consume oxygen, effectively deoxygenating the water. I hope this all makes sense. And therefore, you suddenly get pockets of water that become oxygen depleted. And we call this hypoxia. Not anoxia, but temporary hypoxia. The decomposing is continuing, the bacteria still devouring all the oxygen, and essentially the fish suffocated. And there was a mass die-off at Chitwa Dam. It was sad, but it was also incredible to come down here and just see the shoreline littered with dead fish. And of course, hyenas were everywhere, and Mr. Tungana became quite the fisherman. He was here eating up all the fish. But overall, what happened in this system was the water levels got too low. It was a time of drought. There was not many options, so all the hippos came to Chitwa Dam where water was available, but there was too many of them. The system's carrying capacity reached a maximum, and therefore it had a knock-on effect, almost like dominoes, and it resulted in a mass fish die-off. The bacteria will also produce byproducts. So they're hoovering up all the oxygen, but they will also produce ammonia and even hydrogen sulfides, things like that, which will also pollute the water and kill the fish. But hypoxia is just temporary, and of course, eventually, oxygen will fill the dam once again. But with a dam, it's stagnant. There's no inflow and there's no outflow. It's not like a river. It's continually moving. It's very, very stagnant. So really, you need the heavy rains to oxygenate the water once again. Oh, Impa, look over here. You can see all the goslings. Can you see the little young Egyptian goosies? I'm going to get my binos out to see exactly how many there are. I can see at least 3. I could be wrong. There could be more. Just over. You see them? They're getting big. Egyptian geese are, of course, very common out here. We see them everywhere. But you can't stop your heart melting when you see the little goslings. I do have a riddle for you all. Shall we start it, Jared? I think we should. I thought I gave you a really hard one the other day, but apparently not. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to read it from my phone. Don't want to make mistakes. Now remember, this is all about learning what phylums the animals belong to and how they're grouped together. It's not always by appearances. I don't look anything like an elephant, but yet we're all mammals. We're all grouped together in some way. And animals, of course, are grouped together. We call this taxonomy. And you go from kingdom, which is Animalia, then into your phylums, then into your classes, your orders, then your families, then the genus, and then the species. So are you ready, everyone? We're going to break it down. I won't give you all the clues immediately now. I live mainly in the Atlantic Ocean. but I can be found in the Indo-Pacific. My exoskeleton displays a wide range of colors, from black to purple with an iridescent sheen. My body is segmented, and I bury myself in the ocean floor, only exposing my 5 antennae, which can sense movement. When they sense movement, we attack. That's all you're getting this now, okay? I'll get some more clues later on, and let's see who can get this one right. No Google, everyone, no Google. Humans love to group things together, and essentially it is important when you are looking at the animal kingdom in order to sort of understand the relations, understand evolution, understand how an organism lives, how an organism behaves. You've really got to look at how it's related to everything else around it. I am not going to move. I'm going to sit here and enjoy, but for now, we're going to send you guys across to Pridelands.
Well, it appears that we have an accident on the road this afternoon, but don't worry, there's something here taking care of it, but we'll get into in a moment. Hello, my name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Gert, and we are here at Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of Baluli Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger National Park. And then, of course, maybe you've met James already, but he is assisting us with bushwalk and being our security detail, making sure that we are nice and safe out here because, well, it's very hard to concentrate when I have to talk to all of you. Not that I don't like it, I love it, but let's get down to business. Let's have a little look over here. So, we appear to have a dung beetle that unfortunately has been driven over by a vehicle. Now, as you can imagine, in the bush, even in the cities, lots and lots of insects become victim to these heavy motor vehicles that drive around here. And obviously, while we're out in the bush, one thing that we do try to do is be careful of squashing any of the wildlife out here. But unfortunately, it's inevitable that we get a casualty here and there. But nothing goes to waste when we're out here in the bush. There are some ants of sorts. Oh, and even, can you see that, Gert? There's even a little weevil that has now joined the party that has made a very big mistake. The ants are now attacking it. It is trying to make a swift getaway. Run, 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 run. Off it goes. Whew, it was close. We almost saw a kill live. Oh, very exhilarating stuff, this. But anyways, as I was saying, that nothing goes to waste out here in the bush. Now, I don't know what species of ant this is because there's over 10,000 species of ants in the world and a few hundred here in South Africa. We will hopefully see some of the other ant species that I'm familiar with. But these are tiny. They look like they're mostly black in coloration. Now, they're not going to be able to do much to the carapace or to the chitinous exoskeleton of this dung beetle. But what they're going for is really what's inside. So it's hard to say how sticking it in there. It's very much firmly squashed onto the ground. So I don't think that this happened recently. I suspect that this is maybe a day or so old. So I don't think it happened today. So they'll take care of all the insides in there. Now, I did stir them up a little bit, but they should settle down. And did you see that? I mean, I only just touched the back of the dung beetle. But because these creatures, these ants, and a lot of insects will communicate via pheromones, is that because I upset one ant, it then sent out this pheromone to basically say that we're being attacked, I would imagine. And now, basically, it's made an entire frenzy. But they should settle down in a minute once they realize that there's no imminent threat, and then they'll go back to cleaning up this carcass. And I don't think it'll be here for too much longer. But that's quite cool. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing on this bushwalk this afternoon, is we're going to be taking a look at some of the smaller things. And I'm actually going to be looking for spiders, in fact. So eyes to the ground. James is going to have his up in the air, though, making sure that we don't walk into anything. So hopefully next time you see us, we'll have a cool little spider.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
We get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks in the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at And Beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through And Beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Now this guy's got the right idea. That would be me. Half in the water, half out the water. Got the best of both worlds. And of course, crocodiles are reptiles. They breathe air. Although they can submerge, just like hippos really, they really do need to come to the surface to breathe air. But they have very specialized adaptations. They can actually submerge for up to 30 minutes. Can you believe it? Even longer sometimes if they really, really need to. Now, how on earth do they do that? Well, firstly, they have very special nostrils that they're able to close while they dive to stop water getting in. The breeze is so lovely. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's so lovely. And they've also got special flaps, gular flaps, at the back of their mouth so that they can still swallow while they're underwater. They can still breathe, they don't choke. But the biggest adaptation of all is the heart rate. They're able to lower their heart rate to sort of 2 or 3 beats per minute. And this helps reduce oxygen consumption. So they're able to just, oh, look at that gular. He's opening his mouth trying to cool down through evaporative cooling. He's too hot. So by slowing your heart rate right down, you're reducing oxygen consumption. Your energy levels will drop immediately, but then you're not consuming as much, which is how the crocodiles are actually able to survive. Crocodile blood is also remarkable in its affinity for oxygen. It's able to carry sort of more oxygen to the rich areas, to the areas that really need it, the heart, the lungs, the organs, the brain, and they can release very quickly, especially in those areas that are slightly depleted. Crocodile blood is very, very fascinating. Even the opposite of being too hot, of course, being too cold, but they're equipped for that as well. They've got really, really thick, scaly skin, which they can use to insulate their bodies. It can get cold in water, especially in winter. You can lose body heat very, very fast in cold water. Okay, I'm going to give you a few more clues of the riddle here. Bear with me. I see some of you are guessing already. Okay, where was I? I snap up my prey with such strength that I can split it in two. I can split a fish in two. My body is composed of numerous bristles, which are in fact nerve damaging and can deliver a painful sting. I am named after a famous couple, where the female decided to cut off her husband's genitalia. People think that my species do this, but this is a myth. And we absolutely do not do that. We are nothing less than a shark and nothing short of a nightmare. So before stepping into the ocean, make sure to wear your slippers tight. What am I, everyone? Not a crocodile, but still. Oh, we're going to submerge ourselves. We're going to move. There we go. We're off for a swim. And down we go. You would never know there was a crocodile there. Riley, crocodile reproduction, I love it. It's one of my favorite topics. Reptile reproduction is actually a thoroughly enjoyable topic for me. And they lay eggs. They normally the Nile crocodile normally lays around 50 eggs. And they normally mate around sort of June, July. And it's only 2 months later that the females get ready. And how they sort of lay their eggs is they actually dig a pit in the mud bank somewhere around the water, and she will deposit approximately 50 eggs. I mean, sometimes it might be 48, sometimes it might be 55, but give or take, it's 50 eggs. She incubates them in this hole for about 3 months. And what's fascinating about crocodiles is that its sex is temperature dependent. And they call this TSD. So basically, when a human embryo forms from a male and female, let's just say mating, sex is determined immediately. It's genetic, it's done with chromosomes. But with reptiles, it depends on the temperature. Now, crocodiles are the complete opposite of turtles. So with crocodiles, if the temperature is between 26 to 30 degrees Celsius, it's a female. That egg in that temperature range will become a female. If the temperature range where that egg sits is around 31 to 34 degrees Celsius, that egg will become a male. It's solely based on temperature. And if you think of an egg chamber, those sort of eggs at the bottom that are against the cool mud or against the walls of the chamber will of course be colder because they're against the cool mud. They're not surrounded by other eggs. There's not lots of heat. So normally an egg chamber for reptiles, it's sort of this shape. So you can just imagine all those eggs on the bottom, especially those at the very, very bottom of the chamber, they're going to be cold. They will all be females. Those eggs in the middle, especially near the surface, are going to be much hotter from the heat of the other eggs and the sun. They are going to be males. Now, it's the complete opposite for turtles. With turtles, we say hot chicks, cool dudes. Do you like that, Impo? But with crocodiles, I guess it's hot dudes, cool chicks. It doesn't really quite work. Solely based on temperature. So, of course, I think the crocodile's disappeared. Let's see if we can see them. Of course, with climate change and increasing in temperatures around the world, that's slightly worrying for reptiles, especially turtles. They're already endangered, and there's a lot of research going into the fact that if temperatures are to increase, that's going to produce more females, hot chicks, remember? And therefore, what about the males? Of course, you need the males. I can't see, he's disappeared. He's gone for a swim. Oh, but we got all the thick knees. There you go. Look at all these thick knees here. Look at them all. So yes, it's very, very dependent on temperature, and that's what I find so fascinating about reptiles. But crocodiles and turtles are the complete opposite. And one explanation for this could be the fact that for crocodiles, I guess it's better for the males to be, wow, much bigger. They need to fight off competitors. And therefore, I guess that's not a good explanation. I'm not sure why for turtles it's a complete opposite than for crocodiles. Hot chicks, cool dudes, you gotta love that. And again, it's nothing like mammals. It's nothing like the XX chromosome and the XY chromosome. The female crocodile is also said to carry the hatchlings once they hatch in her mouth, and of course deliver them to the water. Oh, Jared is just telling me we've got some answers. Yes, please, let's do this. Magic Dragon Wizard. My goodness, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. You are seeing jellyfish. No, I see where you're going with that one, but sadly not. Jellyfish are floaters. You'll always find them in the water column. They're in the phylum Cnidaria, and of course they do have tentacles that sting. Really do sting. I've had some terrible stings from jellyfish, but sadly not. Stacey, you're saying plankton. Also a good guess, but plankton are actually just microscopic jellies, shrimps, crabs. They're tiny, tiny, tiny. And I once swam in a bay called Hanifaru Bay. It's a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. I used to work there. And it's sort of concave in shape, and it traps all the plankton. So in comes the mantas and the whale sharks. And I once swam with 179 manta rays, and they're trying to swallow all of this plankton. But it's zooplankton. And what ends up happening is you come out of the water and you are covered in plankton in places that you really shouldn't be. It's not pleasant. But otherwise, they don't harm you. So it's definitely not plankton. They're also drifters. They can't control their movement. They go with the current, so they're not buried underground. Oh-ho. Bastard and busty bug. You got it right. Well done, guys. I don't know how you got it, but you got it right. It is the bobbit worm. If you have never heard of the bobbit worm, please do Google it immediately. You're allowed to Google it now. I've actually seen one in Indonesia when I was diving in Lembe Strait. Bizarre, beautiful, yet terrifying organisms belonging to the phylum Annelida. It's the segmented worms. They're actually classified as a benthic bristleworm. And yes, they're overall terrifying. Well done, guys. And thank you for all the guesses. They're actually named after Lorena and John Bobbitt. It's a very famous case that happened in America. It's actually quite an interesting read if you do fancy it, because it was believed that the female worm cuts off the male genitals after mating, and she feeds it to her younger ones. That's where the name came from, John and Lorena Bobbitt. But in fact, that's not the case at all. The males and females actually spew their eggs and sperm into the water column, where they meet, and the eggs are then fertilized. The sort of mucus cocoon forms around the eggs so that they're protected, and then they will eventually hatch into little bobbit worms who will then sink in the water column and live on the bottom. The female bobbit worm does not feed her offspring genitalia. She doesn't feed them at all. She doesn't care for them. They hatch in the water column. Now, I'm just going to get Impo to give you a sort of view of the dam as a whole now. There's some dark clouds approaching behind us. The weather has done a complete U-turn on us. The weather prediction was potential thunderstorms for the Djuma area. You can see it's not so bright anymore. It's a relief, actually. A big relief. Okay, since we've now got cloud cover, I think we're going to bumble and hopefully find that leopard. But for now, across to Taylor.
So we have found a spider as promised. It's always quite risky making promises, especially when you're dealing with wild animals. But we have a jumping spider of sorts with a kill. It is called a butterfly. Now, I'm not sure which butterfly it is. It looks like it's one of the blues. They're typically quite small butterflies. And now, of course, the spider's looking at me. Face the camera. Face the camera. We're live. There are people watching you right now. Don't disappoint us. So at the moment, you're just looking at the backside of the little jumping spider. But this butterfly is much larger than this jumping spider, but they're very, very powerful little creatures. Can you still see him? Okay, maybe Gert's going to come around this side, and then I think he should have a better look. Oh, I think that'll actually be better. But, so I'm just moving around Gert so I can also see what you're talking about. But this is quite a shy feather, as you can sort of see. And it's sitting on a Weltheria plant. Now, with jumping spiders, they don't build a web, as I'm sure most of you are familiar with, because we see these creatures all the time. They are actively hunting their prey. They do obviously produce silk, but they use their silk for different things. But we'll get into that in a minute. So what it has done is patiently waited on a Weltheria plant. And most likely this butterfly has landed to try and feed on the little flowers, on the nectar that the flowers have got. Nice sugary sustenance that will keep it going. And, well, it's unfortunately fallen prey. So the jumping spider would have launched at the butterfly and grabbed a hold of it and then injected it with a venom. Now, obviously, if this jumping spider were to bite me, I'm not going to fall over and die. I probably won't even feel any symptoms. It might be a painful bite, but I reckon that's about it. If I get a headache, I'll be surprised. But typically, spiders have a neurotoxic cocktail of a venom. And it's important that they have a neurotoxin because it needs to be as fast as acting as possible to basically stun their prey. Well, not stun them, it kills them. And it's going to hold on nice and tight, and that venom is not only going to kill its prey, but it's also going to turn the butterfly's insides into a milkshake, which it will then feed on. It's proving to be quite difficult because it's moving around a bit, so Gert's just getting a different position. It's often a lot easier to film lions and leopards, but once you start dealing with the smaller animals, it becomes a lot more difficult. So as the spider moves around, can you see him? There. I'm going to try and lift the leaf. Hello. I don't want to disturb the spider too much. I've just lifted the leaf slightly. I'm also holding the plant nice and still at the top because the wind is starting to blow. And hopefully you'll get a good view now. But remember, Gert is holding this handheld. It's not steady on a tripod. So what the spider will be doing, and to make sure that it is nice and safe, it will have a little single strand of web that it will use as an anchor to hold itself down. So in case something like an elephant walks on past and bumps into this Weltheria and it goes tumbling down, it doesn't fall too hard. I think it's looking for a part of the butterfly to stick its fangs into. You're not going to win there with the wings, I'm afraid. There we go. Closer towards the head is probably a better spot. Starting to hold on tight now. That's an awesome thing to see, though. Wonderful. And just disappearing underneath the flower. Wow. So one of many flowers, and then, of course, one of many spiders. Hopefully we'll find a few more, and of the jumping kind.
Good afternoon and welcome to Tswalu. We have our very relaxed group of springbok out in the open clearings. Rather toasty and hot today, so not much of a cloud in the sky at all. I'm Deirdre, on camera with me today is still BK. So we just, we don't have too much of a plan other than trying to stay in the shade. It's a very warm day. But the springbok have found a nice little open clearing and they're looking at the little herbs and forbs that are on the ground is what they'll be eating now, and any sort of grass shoots as well.
I'm going to wipe the lens.
So BK's just going to wipe the lens quickly. It can only be from all the pollen and the grass dust in the middle of the road at the moment. As we drive, it's just collecting all over the place. Any sinus sufferers are struggling at the moment with the sheer abundance of grass. But springbok don't mind sheer abundance of grass. So it is quite windy. You might be able to see how fast that grass is moving in the background, which is why these springbok are smart. They're out in the open area. There's some squirrels just behind. Oh, you're on that one. So if you go to the next one to the left and behind, BK, there's some ground squirrels. To the right. No, other right. There we go. And he's using his tail for shade. So they're also happy to feed out in the open clearings, but they carry their own umbrella with them. If it's too hot, they just use their tail for shade. No, I got that the question was from Jaden, but I didn't get the question.
Is it common to find springbok and impala in one area?
Oh, okay. So is it the question? Thanks, BK. He heard it. Is it common to find springbok and impala in the same area? On Tswalu, we do have both. And they do both like sort of open clearings. Impala probably a little bit more in the thickets than the springbok are comfortable with. But there's only very few areas in Southern Africa where both overlap in distribution where they naturally occur. Tswalu is one of those areas. But as soon as you go towards Djuma and Pinda and all of those, the springbok are not naturally occurring in those areas. And they don't necessarily, they both eat different, they eat the same thing in that they eat grass and they also mixed feeders eating browse. But their numbers are not in such sheer abundance that they actually compete directly with each other. So there you can actually see there's a nice unusual behavior of a springbok because he's actually wagging his tail. Whoops. I don't know what happened there. I think a little squirrel popped out of the hole and gave them the fright, And they all just ran off, and then everybody stopped and turned around to look and see, well, what was that? So it just shows you how instinct tells them if one runs, they must run, whether they know what it is or not. But the only thing that's anywhere near them is a squirrel. So they're all standing quite interesting. They're standing with their backs to the sun. That's almost in the least amount of surface area exposed to the sun, so they can able to regulate their temperature a bit better. And everybody's saying it's so nice to see them out in the open. It is. At the moment, the springbok are forced into the open areas because a lot of the clearings, the grasses got so high that they can't even see, and they don't want to be in an area where they can't see predators. So it has forced them out into more of these shorter grass open areas, which is really, really nice at this stage. So Courtney has asked the question, do springbok females also have horns? Yes, they do. So we can see if we can find you one of each, and then you can actually see. So the one on the right there, very long, thin horns. Both of those are females. And then let's see if we can find you a male, maybe that one at the back there, a little bit to the left. No, a little bit more. The next one over to the left. That one at the back there, yeah. There we go. And now you can see much thicker horns. That's a male. Oh, he gave us a beautiful side profile shot there. So he's busy standing and chewing, so he's regurgitating his food because they are ruminants, same as impala. And that when they're not busy eating, they're ruminating. Oh. Come this way, BK. They're going to all start jumping. Go this way to that open gap there and just focus, somewhere there. We'll start seeing them all come through that gap there. One or two started running through there and then they start jumping. They're all coming. But one of them did a little bit of a pronk as they came through there. Oh. So one of them just decided that it was leaving, trotted off, and everybody else has now run to catch up. So there's one last one coming through. Oh, no, he stopped. He went totally in the wrong direction. Somebody needs to tell him he didn't read the memo because they've all run off north and he's run off totally in the easterly direction. So, yeah, they've headed off. What have you got there, BK? Okay, so that's our springbok Earth picture. We're going to carry on and see what else we can find you this afternoon.
Wild Earth is launching a brand new bushwalk from Pridelands. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back to Phinda, everyone. We have managed to find 2 white rhino. They are just busy grazing on this beautiful green lush grass a little bit lower down in a drainage system. And you can see the calf that's closer to us, the smaller one, is quite small actually, probably in the range of 6 months, around there, maybe between 6 months and a year. Don't think it's quite a year old, but just with its mother here in this beautiful part of the reserve. So this area we've come to, it's quite hard to see from here, but we've dropped into a bit of a river which is dry for most of the year, and there are quite a few pools and things around here. We obviously get our summer rainfall here at Phinda, and it's summer at the moment, so we've had quite a lot of rain in the last few weeks. But what that's done for us is it's caused all these green grasses to come sprouting through and become even more green and lush. And now we can just see these 2 rhino, which are grazers. White rhino eat predominantly grasses, really enjoying and making the most of this abundance of green grass, which is really, really cool. If you look quite closely at the calf, on its side you'll see some kind of shiny, darker stuff. That is wet mud from maybe an hour or 2 ago. So in the later heat of the day, after lunchtime sometime, you might find that they went and had a bit of a mud wallow. There's a little pool of water and some mud just on our right here, so I'm sure this is where they were. And the grass on this section has all been cut in the last week or so, and that was done to make it easier to drive along here. It got quite bad at a point. You couldn't see the trucks on the road, and you were just getting grass seeds in your face as you drive along. But what that's done now is it's exposed the grass a little bit lower down. And if you look at this grass that's blowing in the wind, you'll see that the seeds a little bit further up aren't as green as closer to the base, which is where the more lush green, nutritious, tasty things are. They're just moving behind a bush here. I'm going to try and move us slowly, very slowly. I don't want to spook them, so we are going to move very slowly. They haven't moved off really, just kind of out of sight behind this bush. You'll notice these rhino have been dehorned, so had their horns taken off and trimmed down, and that is to minimize the risk of minimize the risk.
The storm is approaching. You can see the rain way, way, way in the distance. And we're going to go on a mission. A female leopard has been found, but it's in a bit of a tricky area. We're going to try. What have we got to lose? And if we don't, then we'll keep trying. But we're going to try and see if we can find this leopardess for you all. Now, what happens? We broadcast live from nature, which... think about it, is really, really incredible. When I'm having a bad day or feeling a bit grumpy, not had enough coffee, I think, wow, we're in the middle of the African bush bringing this to you. It's inevitable that there will be some technical glitches and hiccups now and then. Lucky we've got a great tech team. But with summer, the vegetation gets so thick and so dense, and this is the thickest I've ever seen it here in the Lowveld. And it does affect our signal, believe it or not. So it may be a winner, it may not be a winner, but I'm going to try, hopefully before the storm rolls in. I don't know which leopardess it is. Not everyone uses the names here. So we'll go and find out for you all. Fingers crossed. Haven't seen a leopard in a few days. Okay, so that's where I'm off to, everyone. I'm on my mission, but now we're going to send you guys across to Taylor.
So yet again, we are looking for the smaller things, and the smaller things we have found on a cedar flower. So it's a cedar species. Sometimes people call them bushveld buttercups. There are lots of different versions of them in the bush. Now, it might be quite difficult for you to understand what we're looking at, but on the flower you might see two little black creatures that have a very long snout to them, and they're moving around. Those are flower weevils. They are tiny. When I say it's like a pinhead times two, no, it's about the size of a pinhead. I'm actually being too generous. So they're feeding on the flower, and you might be able to see all the little holes. They've created those sort of notch-like structures, which is very cool to see. So it is amazing. Now, we saw a weevil earlier being attacked by ants. That was a different species. And weevils, unfortunately, are not very popular to humankind because... for those farmers, especially that are farming crops and things like that, they can be quite detrimental to those plant species. I suppose it depends on the type of weevil, but they are fairly destructive. So in this case, they're just eating away at the petals, and I don't know if they were damaging the reproductive organs of this plant, but hopefully not. But they're all over. They're feeding on different parts, on the leaves, on the flowers, and very easy to identify with that sort of long mouth-like structure. And then at the ends, they've got sort of a biting part, which they take little chunks out of. Now, that's not the only thing that we've got on the flower. This fella I abducted accidentally. It was on my bag. You can see it is a yellow heart shield bug, just sitting on the top of it. I let it go. I released it. Look at me, a good conservationist. I don't know how long it was on my backpack for, unfortunately. So it's now been translocated. No, maybe not quite translocated, because that suggests that it's maybe crossed international boundaries, but perhaps the distance for this one that doesn't have any wings, it is quite a fair distance away from where I might have picked it up. That's the problem with walking through all the long grass and the rest of the vegetation, but it is very, very pretty. Also notorious for feeding on plant species. I'm actually not sure if this one has a specific type of plant that it likes to eat, but at this time of the year, I think that a lot of the insects will be taking advantage of the flowers. Now, again, there's another creature which I'm going to try to find for you. Maybe we can try our luck here. If it doesn't, no. We're going to look carefully, because these ones have got wings, so they can fly away. Unlike the weevil and that shield bug, there are lots and lots of mapani bees. There's quite a few here. Let's see if some will sit still. Well, there's one in there. Let's see if I tilt it in your direction. No, come back. Wait, there's another one. Land. Choose this flower. No, the butterfly maybe is going to choose that flower. No, and the wind is not helping. Now, of course, when we were looking at the mapani bees earlier, they were giving us no hassles at all, and I could shove my face right into them. Let's see what else we've got here. There's some other... Oh, that one jumps and flies. Okay, we won't be looking at that one. But this is quite a cool thing to do, especially if there are any kids watching and you don't really know what to do and you're a bit bored and maybe you like insects, is go and look for a plant that is flowering and have a look underneath the leaves and the flowers and see what else you can find. There'd probably be a lot of spiders on here too. Here's a tiny little beetle. I don't know if you can see that one. You see, let me try to put some light on it. Have absolutely no idea what that is. It's black with a bit of red or orange, which suggests to me that it might not be very palatable. Probably is poisonous of some kind, or maybe it's a type of mimicry, pretending that it is poisonous, but it isn't actually. But it is just really cool to see the different insects that you can find on a plant like this. And then a firm favorite of everyone's, I don't know if we'll be able to see it, Gert. It's down here. Come on to me, come. No, they don't like crawling on hands. Let's see if it comes up. Can you see the ant moving there? Wait, come back. It's always a bit difficult. No, it's done the thing where it just drops to the ground because it's terrified. It was a Polyrhacus ant or a spiny sugar ant. But no luck, no joy, unfortunately. You can also see how we are perspiring, which is really great. It's very attractive. You should see what Gert looks like because he's going to carry a very heavy backpack. So, yeah, probably going to drink some water now to make sure that I don't dehydrate. And we're just watching the storm that's sort of in the distance, a bit of lightning here and there. But off you go across to Tswalu, and hopefully they can be like those ground squirrels with their tails in the air. Maybe find something to use as an umbrella to shield themselves.
So I agree with Taylor. Drinking water out here is just as essential as well. It is a warm day today, and that's exactly why we're just going waterhole to waterhole, because we're seeing where the animals are drinking. Those springbok had just come from the waterhole, so they don't need to drink every day, but it just shows you on an incredibly hot day that animals that don't need to drink water every day do go and drink. So we're heading down towards one of our waterholes, but I'll stop for a brief second here so that you can admire that view. But we'll be smart about it. BK will stop in the shade, and then BK can pan that gorgeous view down south. So with the grass levels as high as they are at the moment, it is quite difficult to see some of the animals, particularly even the lions. That's what we're hoping for this afternoon. We haven't found any fresh tracks or any sign at this stage, so we're just sort of bumbling waterhole to waterhole and see if we can pick up fresh sign. At least we do know that the lions drink water regularly, and that's often the easiest way to start tracking, is you go and check the waterholes. So we've checked three already, and we're on our way to our next one. So we're going to send you across to Andrew and Djuma while we carry on looking for lions.
Good luck, Deirdre. So we also always on a look around here. We've been looking. But we got now a dwarf mongoose. Looks like only one, was a whole bunch. That they was just so vanish into the bush, but they may come back to the road again. It's so cool that they actually get out during the day, early in the morning, on a patrol, but hunting, feed as well. And they have a strong relationship with the hornbill, the bird. Which bird has a lookout for any approach. Maybe so important when a bird's sitting up in the branches looking above the air for any possible of a flying eagles. Can't stop digging around these guys. In the meantime, the creature over here, dwarf mongoose, they would disturb insects, and this is how the bird would benefit from these partners. So Jackson, you're asking if dwarf mongoose make calls? Yes, they do. Actually, few calls they do, depending on what situation. They do communication quite a lot when they're on the move, just to keep one another in the same group. But there is a warning sound when there is strange approach to them, one of the dangerous. And that alarm call, it will be actually paid a lot of attention by all of the members in this group, a colony, and they will vanish into the cover quickly. Now it's getting, and I know for sure they're running out of a time where they may aim around the nearest mound. So let me just see if I can get these guys on the road more, because they seem to be going down low there. Looking around for the nearest mound where they're going to call it a home for the whole evening until the next morning, tomorrow when they get up again. Oh, that's so you're saying they're so cute. They are so cute. And they just vanish away from the road. But if we're listening, we may hear them. Ronald, so you're asking what do dwarf mongoose eat? They eat pretty much insect, and they would eat those type of scorpions, spiders, crickets, grasshoppers, beetles, and they will feed on gago as well, skink type of a small lizard. They're all capable of killing snake as well. So you can hear them, that squealing sound. So it's so beautiful sound. That's it, the sound, because it seems to be lost from one another. That's a communication sound. It just vanished like that because maybe we just caught them. They were crossing the road and they will be looking for maybe a hiding place for a night. So I'll be driving past the Gari Dam, and then we're gonna go later check if these Pride of Lion will get mobile again, when nobody have check on them if they're still around in that thicket where we actually just left them this morning. That they can go home at Pride. And then it's been a very warm day where I believe they might be maybe been taking it easy in one of these shade. But now it's getting a cool little bit because of a cloud that's taking place. And then they may started to get mobile again. So I'm gonna drive straight to the dam and see if we found anything on the dam.
If you love to watch Wild Earth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic Wild Earth expeditions. Join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
Converging game path will invariably lead you to a water source, but treat all water as suspect. One of my favorite ways of purifying water is to filter out the particulates. And by just filtering it through your sock, you can clear out most of those. You can put water into a snail shell and you can boil it over a fire or using a chemical like chlorine or colloidal silver.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross is trying. The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I am thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
So just before we roll down to the dam, Gari Dam, they just spotted an elephant. As you can see, there's not actually greater visual there, because it seems to be in the wood. Looks like it's one of the youngsters that is there. feeding. Could be more of them in one of these bushes. The minute you see the young one, then you know it's actually breeding herd in this area. So I'm just going to see if I can going to maneuver around in this wood. Hopefully we'll get a better view of these bellies. Yeah, still a little bit of a tricky there, but at least we got a little bit of a top of them. They may well spread around quite a lot because of, you know, these feeding situations they're on about. Gonna roll forward again. Yeah, so they cannot actually be very much static for us, since it's actually very thick. We're in a drainage line system where that happens as all members in the far thicker in that area. So I'm going to take another roll down there, see if we get another visual. Water's everywhere for these animals. They don't have to thirsty or move quite a long distance without drinking. So everywhere they go is all puddle of water. Probably there's no visual from this point, so we're just gonna roll down to the dam, see if there's anything there for us. So let's arrive at the dam there, see what is there. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Ntswalo.
In front of that little... There we go. Welcome back to Ntswalo. We've just found a little shaft-tailed wider on the ground. He's... Oops, the wind's going to blow him over. Beautiful long tail feathers with like a spoon almost on the end. That is a male. He only gets this breeding plumage for about 3-4 months of the year. The rest of the time he's sort of like a cryptic brown. There must be ants all over the ground there because of the way that he's eating. He's quite busy. And he'll have quite an interesting thing. He's got like a little arena where he sings for the females, and they'll come to him to see if they like his song. And then once he's mated with them, they go and they are brood parasites. So they'll lay their eggs in widow finch nests and no parental investment after that. So he puts on this flashy coloration with those beautiful long tail feathers and does quite an elaborate little sort of flight dance and dangles those tail feathers to attract a female. So how many of you is this a new bird on your list, a shaft-tailed wider? It's very, very limited time of the year that we see them like this. And to actually see them without on the ground is very nice. Everyone's saying such a beautiful bird, and they are indeed. So those tail feathers are only part of the breeding plumage, otherwise the rest of the time he's cryptic brown with a relatively short tail. And they've done, it sounds terrible, but they've done experiments where they've trimmed the long tail feathers of some birds, attached them onto other birds, and then left the one with the medium-sized tail or the normal tail, like this one. And the females skewed towards choosing the males with the longest tails, but that in nature, having a twice as long tail is not necessarily the most viable, because then you can easily get caught by predators. So if they have a nice length tail and they're able to stay away from predators, then the female sees that as good genetics. And unfortunately, the male that had no tail feathers got no females, so it definitely showed that it had something to do with the breeding. But he's a very busy little bird, so definitely lots and lots of ants. There he goes. Up to his, probably the trees in the way. Yep. The big camel thorn is in the way for BK to show you. But what else? We're at the edge of a waterhole here. So what else is here? Oh, Egyptian geese. As always, there's always some. So this looks like a mother and two goslings. There we go. So, just as is typical for Egyptian goose, just bobbing around on the water. Those youngsters will be looking for some food, but we're going to send you so far. We're going to send you across to Andrew.
Anyway, so we arrive here at the dam, Garui Dam. What do we got here? We got a water monita lizard sitting on his falling log. It's probably about all these hunting situation that takes place around this watering hole for anything. Frogs. A nest of frogs as well. And they can come out the water and move about in the land. So in that case, any birds lying the eggs on the ground, those will be taken. And they're mainly solitary. They wouldn't really tolerate one another. I think it's something to do with these feeding behavior or habit. So I'm going to carry on, see if I can find anything else. I'm going to be sending you across to Ntswalo.
So we literally left the waterhole, came around the corner, and we have found a beautiful journey of giraffe. There's at least 6 male giraffes in this journey, and they are busy eating on the blackthorns. They really, really are enjoying them. So it reminds me of one of their names in one of the African languages is Ndulumiti, which is one who is taller than the trees. So at this stage, that giraffe is definitely taller than the blackthorn. So they have to bend down to eat what they want. So they'll feed on one tree for a while, and then as soon as those chemical compounds in the leaves start increasing, making the leaves taste a bit bitter, they'll then start moving on to either other acacias that haven't received the message yet that the tannin levels are terrible, or they'll actually swap what they eat and they'll actually feed on another species. He's moving off, but BK, maybe we can come to this one here in the front, because this one hasn't taken his eyes off us. Right in the front. You can just see the silhouettes of some of the others in the background, but this one hasn't moved. It's just staring at us. Probably hasn't seen humans in a car for a while, and doesn't really, it's trying to figure out exactly what we are. Just those beautiful, beautiful eyelashes. Now he's decided we're no longer a threat. He'll move on to eating. The next best thing. Darcy Ann is saying supermodels of the bush. I agree with those beautiful eyelashes, but they've got long necks, long legs, a beautiful coat. Was he? I think he was eating the seed pods there. He's dropping some out the mouth. So there's not that many seed pods left on the blackthorn trees. They sort of seeded a couple of months ago already. So most of those seed pods, because they're very, very papery, have blown off the trees and been distributed already by the wind. So we were talking about the eyelashes, and that's one of the reasons exactly what that giraffe is doing there is why they have such long eyelashes, because when they stick their head into a bush with all the thorns there, and you can see all the thorns in the silhouette there, those eyelashes will force the giraffe to, indicate to the giraffe that he needs to be careful, that there's thorns, so they shut their eyes to protect their eyes. But just very gingerly nipping off the nice green leaves. More the fresh green leaves, that's sort of all on the edges. So Firebird is asking the question, which subspecies of giraffe is this? So these are the southern giraffe. So all the locations that are showing you giraffe are showing you the same species. They're all the southern giraffe. We find here, although they're the same species and everybody's got southern giraffe, we find that it's possibly that we have lots of giraffe that are very light in color, which most likely is just a natural selection that coloration in this particular environment is much better from a heat perspective. So we tend to find quite light-colored giraffe at Tswalu. We're going to send you across now to Lauren, who's got something to show you.
Now, there was just something amiss with this marula. And that's because it has a rock monitor in it. I think Andrew just showed you a water monitor. Now, this is a rock monitor. Far more sort of bulkier, much squarer, rounder, chunkier snout. So they look larger. But the water monitor, also called the Nile monitor, it actually wins the award for being the biggest because it's the longest. But in terms of being stockier, the rock monitor, also called the white-throated monitor, definitely wins that one. Now, the leopardess was in Sele, and she's hunting impala. We didn't think it was going to work, but we tried. I think in winter it absolutely would work. But sadly, this summer is just so thick that it's really messing with our signal. But that's okay, we're on our way to the hyena den now. And of course, monitor lizards are part of the family Varanidae. And they are the largest lizards not only in Africa, but indeed the world. But the two species that you find in the Lowveld, where we are right now, is a rock and monitor. Or if you want to be fancy, you can say white-throated and Nile. And this is exactly where they hide. So they will bask in the sun. They're reptiles, they're ectothermic, they need the sun. But when they are too hot or at night time, they hide in little nooks and crannies in the trees like this. And believe it or not, monitor lizards are actually sought after for human use. The flesh is apparently edible, and the fat is actually used in traditional medicine. So they're caught and slaughtered for many different reasons, also the skin, and that's why they're protected in South Africa. All monitor lizards are protected. It blends in very, very well to this tree here. Looks like butter wouldn't melt, but I can assure you they are voracious predators. They've got such voracious appetites, and they really will, at the end of the day, catch and eat whatever they can. They're carnivorous. Small mammals, snails, eggs, crocodile eggs, millipedes, crabs, fish, frogs, insects, snakes, even carrion if they come across it. You've got very, very sharp claws, which we can't see right now. So they're actually able to dig up crocodile eggs. Remember I mentioned the female buries them underground in a chamber? Well, this is the main predator of crocodile eggs, monitor lizards. They can swallow the eggs whole sometimes. Jeannie, they're both reptiles. So yes, they are sort of closely related. They're not part of the same family. I mentioned, obviously, monitors are part of the Varanidae family. But they are, yes, in the reptilian group. I'm not actually sure how closely they're related. I'll find that out for you, but they're definitely not part of the same family. But yes, they are related. Oh, you see that forked tongue? Good morning. see how forked the tongue is? Almost like a snake's. And they use their tongue to smell out prey. So this individual is trying to smell, or should we say taste, what's going on around. The organ of Jacobson in the palate of its mouth can sort of understand chemical and olfactory cues. That's how they navigate their world. That's their best senses. I think we've woken up, everybody. After our little nap. So just the forked tongue coming in and out of the mouth, be it a snake or a monitor lizard, is the equivalent of a phlegm and grimace. Slightly different mechanism, yes, but it's very, very similar. They're trying to taste the air around them. The organ of Jacobson has got lots of little receptors that understand the chemical cues that they're tasting, send the message to the brain, and of course the brain will process that. Isn't he gorgeous? Painter Grove, you're saying he's fascinating. Oh, yes. Got a little bit of a frown going on there, but yes. Fascinating. Misunderstood. I often feel that reptiles in general are misunderstood, especially snakes. Even the Komodo dragon is actually a monitor lizard, believe it or not. Okay, we are on our way to the hyena den, and you guys are on your way to Phinda.
Welcome back to the Okavango Delta. We've at Phinda still, but we've come down to a floodplain grassland, which for probably the last month and a half has been underwater. And I thought, now it's been hot the last week or so, the water levels have been dropping, let's come have a look. And when this area flooded, all the grazing animals that were living here had to move off. And this is the first time I've seen it now, with them all coming back to graze. So in front of us here now, we've got these two beautiful white rhino. The light is starting to get really golden, and a really, really beautiful scene unfolding in between us and around us here. So this is all now floodplain grassland. These zebra are having the best time. There's in total around us probably the most zebra I've ever seen on Phinda. I think probably between around 100, maybe 150 zebra in total in the greater area around us here now. And lots and lots and lots of birds as well. There's lots of wildebeest around. So all the slightly larger grazing animals seem to be making the most of this grass that's coming through. You can imagine this is very clay soil down here, and the grass that we've got is all very, very green that's coming through here now. The soil's actually still probably a little bit wet at the base, especially if you dig down a tiny little bit, so the grass is very happy. And these rhino look like they're just having the best time. And grass is quite long as well. If you compare or see how long the grass is compared to the rhino, we're in a section here, I think, where it's a little bit shorter perhaps even because of all the grazing that's happened. If I look at the grass at my feet, a lot of it looks like it's been trimmed. But this has to be one of my favorite places on the reserve. these rhino and zebra and wildebeest have all chosen to come and spend their time down here now as well. There's lots of oxpeckers flying around. I saw a heron earlier, a yellow-throated longclaw. I can hear bee-eaters calling. It's all happening down here, it would seem. These two white rhino that we've got here are both bulls, and the one on the right seems substantially larger than the one on the left, and they've formed maybe a bit of a bachelor herd, so maybe not quite yet dominant enough to hold their own territories and chase other males out, but they'll not too long, another year or two, and they'll really be starting to reach the size where they'd be able to compete. I think one of my favorite things is this late afternoon light shining through grass. I'm just going to shift the vehicle slightly back into the left, just so we can pan across and have a look at all the animals that are just behind us. And really see how beautiful the scene is. It's unfolding around us here. Craig's just going to straighten the camera out there. Lots of young animals as well, which is really exciting. I counted a number of young wildebeest in the area here. I see there's a young zebra right next to us. There's some spurwing geese in the background. But all the animals that gave birth in around November, December, January, all these grazing animals, are now starting to get quite big, but still substantially smaller than the adults, and they will be for quite some time still. But this grass is essential to their growing up and getting nice and big and strong. It's one of the reasons that in this part of Africa the animals all give birth at this time of year. It's because there is an abundance of food. For the mothers, there's more food to eat so that they can produce higher quality milk. And the youngsters of these animals that eat grass will often also start eating grass at a very early age. So to supplement them as well, very, very useful. These rhinos are now getting a little bit closer to us. Janelle, they do not help with the raising any youngsters. Rhino are, well, after they mate, the males will soon move away from the females, and then what the males spend most of their time doing is walking around their territory and scent marking, making sure that there are no other males infringing or getting too active or dominant in their territory. And the females are looking after their young, so they'll be looking after their calf. They do sometimes look after multiple calves and not just their own. Slightly older than their own maybe will join them, and for the most part rhino are big enough to kind of look after themselves. The natural predators, they don't really have any. With they really are large and incredibly strong animals. There's no predator that exists in the African savanna today that would be able to take down a strong, healthy adult rhino, male or female for that matter. I have seen black rhino in this area before as well, which is quite unusual. But out in this open grassland, twice before, I've seen black rhino, and there's a kind of weed that grows here. I forget the name of it. that the black rhino quite enjoy eating, and that's what brings them out into the open here. These rhino now just giving us a bit of a walk by. You can see the ears are constantly on the swivel, moving around, keeping an eye open, keeping an ear open for anything that they might want to get away from. White rhino can be quite skittish for their size. I know I just said they don't have any natural predators, but that doesn't mean that their awareness is any less than other animals. They are still hyper aware of their surroundings and can be quite nervous, particularly black rhino, who spend more time in the thickets. They are not very relaxed as one might imagine they would be. We are not going to go too far. We're going to hang around here for a little while and see if we can see any other beautiful scenes unfolding. But for now, we're going to head off to Taylor in the Pridelands.
We have arrived at Leopard Dam as the sun is now starting to disappear. And then we were just walking across the dam wall, staring at a hyena on the other side of the dam, and then we literally froze in our tracks because there, of course, was a rock monitor literally 2 meters away from us, obviously sitting a bit higher than the tops of our heads, but its camouflage was so perfect that if it didn't move one of its toes, I probably wouldn't have seen it. So that's really, really epic how it's just sitting up there. And this is normally where you'll find rock monitors inhabiting dead trees, and it'd probably take refuge in one of these hollowed out cavities for the evening. Now, it was sitting out nice in the open, but I'm not surprised that our presence has disturbed it slightly. It's probably terrified of us, but it has settled down now. But I think just moved into a position where if it feels a little bit uncomfortable, it can crawl into a hole. There, oh no, it's coming out even more. Wonderful, look how it moves so delicately. Now they have got very, very sharp claws, and those will definitely aid in helping it grab onto the little grooves that run through this dead tree. And it's actually heading up to the top, which is quite nice. Do you want me to move over a bit for you? I'm just shuffling slightly, because I think Gert might be able to get a different view if he comes this side, but we all just have to tread quite lightly as it is quite nervous. In no ways would we be able to catch it. Not that we're out to catch any creatures. Not like this, I don't want to terrify it, but it is one of the largest lizards that we see out here. We also get the water monitor, which you could also see around here, but just by the robust head, I can definitely tell that it is a rock monitor. The water monitor normally are more colourful. They tend to have a lot more yellow on them, and they've got a much more pointy head. They also climb trees, but they'll spend more time down in the water. This is so epic to see. This is not a big one. This is quite a small one. It's maybe only about 60 centimetres in length, maybe a bit more, maybe about 70 centimetres. And probably out on this log this afternoon, just catching the last of the sun before it gets a bit cooler. It's amazing how the temperature drops quite drastically. I suppose we are near a water source, so it's going to get a lot cooler around here in the lower lying areas, but it'll be really perfect habitat for this rock monitor. I haven't actually seen very many water monitors. You see lots of these sub-adult or juvenile rock monitors around, and I've seen them more living in the termite mounds than up here in the trees.
It's the month of March, and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
What was I telling you about how beautiful this place is? It is absolutely magnificent. This part of Punda is just, it's just absolutely magical. We are on the Munyuwana River now, just in stream from where it joins with the Nzinen before it flows into False Bay and Lake St. Lucia, a World Heritage Site. And these waterways are, for most of the year, actually dry. Now there's this beautiful sun reflection off of the water. Here, after all the rain we've had, these waterways have filled up. They were flowing for a couple of weeks, and they are now mostly in pools. So these quite large pools still of water are around here. And I was just saying to Craig 10 minutes ago that the roads that we're driving on now were maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago completely underwater. So really, really privileged to be here. And then on the left, we have got all our animals. So, yeah, magical opportunity to come sit out here. You can really see all those wildebeest and zebra that are gathered on the floodplain here now. And this light is just getting more and more golden. So this whole floodplain area here was almost completely underwater. We came down just after the rains, which were probably nearing a month ago now, and this entire flat grassland was submerged. It was like a lake. There were a lot of hippos in here, a lot of crocodile. I'm sure they still are in the waterways, but obviously now on this grassland there's not as much going on. In terms of more aquatic life, that's retreated a little bit, but what it's left behind now is this beautiful soil, which is really rich in nutrient. You can imagine all the sediment that would have washed down the river has now been deposited on this floodplain, where as the water slows or reaches this part of the riverway or waterway, it slows down and deposits the sediment, which for grasses and things is magnificent. They are given all the nutrients that they need, and the grass having all the nutrients provides these animals that are grazing with a lush and healthy grassland to graze on now. Very, very African-like scene in front of us here. It really is incredible. I've said it before, but I will say it again, maybe with a little bit more confidence this time. This is hands down, without a doubt, my favorite part of this reserve. You can see those two white rhino just walking off in the distance now. On our way here, we found two rhino, also presumably two bulls that were chasing each other. We only got a good look at one of them before it disappeared into the thicket with another rhino hot on its heels. And from a little bit of a vantage point that we had a little while ago, we could see a little bit further upstream, and we could see hundreds more of these plains game, as we call them, zebra and wildebeest, moving down towards this area. And I think over the next couple of weeks this area is going to be extremely productive. In terms of predators, the pride of lions is quite far away from where we are now, and I think for these grazers that's a very good thing. There are lots and lots of youngsters in this area now, small wildebeest, small zebra, and most definitely a good thing that there are no lions here now. And I'm not sure that they'll come this way. I haven't seen lions down on this part of the reserve for a good probably year and a half, 2 years now. I can hear some fish splashing in the water behind us. Chris, rhinos have vocalizations that they use to communicate with one another. You'll often hear them making a kind of combination of grunts and snorts. And they also, quite interestingly, use physical contact quite a lot, especially when we're looking at little family groups, so a mother with her calf and maybe some satellite calves, as we call them, other white rhinos that have been chased away from their mother because she's having another calf and have joined on. When we see groups of them like that, or maybe even bachelor herds, so groups of 4 or 5 youngsters, we see them using physical contact quite a lot. They'll push each other, and their skin actually makes the most incredible sound as it rubs up against other rhino's skin. Rhino skin on rhino skin makes a beautiful sound. Craig, do you want to pan across back to the sunset there? The sun's just gone behind a cloud, and it really is creating a beautiful, beautiful silhouetted cloud. It's funny, I would have told you 20 minutes ago that the sky is all but cloud free. We only be able to see that cloud now that the sun's actually disappeared behind it and is lighting it up from the back. It looks like the sun's just gone behind a massive big mountain range. You can start to see the shadow that this cloud is casting up into the sky. Yes, Peter, this is an absolutely magnificent sunset here on Phinda. And I think it's probably only going to get better for the next couple of minutes. In fact, this is one of my favorite spots to come have drinks in the afternoon with guests when we're coming out this side. I really, really do love spending time down here. The bird life down here is incredible as well. You can imagine with this water around here now and slowly going out as well, the number of kind of wading birds, water birds that one might find in this area. And it's just mind-blowing actually that we get to come down here and explore this place. Here's some hardy-daws calling in the distance. Good old South African species of bird. I think you can hear them pretty much all over the country. There's a Burchell's coo called Corning. And just a very, very gentle breeze coming across us now from the northern side. We've been blessed with some very spectacular weather here in the last couple of weeks. We haven't had too much rain post the 150 to 200 mils we got when this whole area flooded about a month ago. There is a lot of tail swishing happening. I think one of the downsides to all of this rain is the insects are all out and about, and all the zebra are doing their utmost best to keep the flies at bay by using their tails to swish as vigorously as possible. I think while we watch the sunset, I'm just going to stop talking for a minute or two and we can have a listen and see if we can hear any cool birds calling, and any of the insects that are going to start coming out now that the sun is going down and it's getting a little bit cooler. Oh, there's another rhino that's just walked out almost directly below the sun. It's another bull. Let's hope he keeps walking into that beam of golden light that's reflecting off the water. That'll be, wow. Almost go as far as saying I didn't think this could get any better. Now a rhino might just add a little sparkle, extra sparkle to the scene. Very magical. Very magical indeed. And off he goes. So that might have been one of the more dominant bulls in this area. He looked like he was maybe scent marking as he walked through the frame there. Oh, I think that is the best part of the sunset that we're going to get. These clouds are obstructing the last little bit of it. It was such a treat having you guys here to experience that with us. I'm so stoked. For now, we are going to cross back to Andrew, who is on a bumble. But we're going to be keeping our eye open in this area, and if anything else that looks particularly eye-catching comes across, or we come across, we'll most definitely be coming back across to you shortly.
Thanks, Deirdre. So we actually have a drive around there where we have left the bride this morning. It's getting very tight thicker and wet, so we're just gonna take it easy until maybe we thought we're gonna drive around until it's dark for them to come out, and we can maybe find them with a spotlight. But what we got here, we got one of that termite mound, which is all about developed. As you see there, the new soil that is already been packed up, little of a chimney open, right, the termite mound. And they're all in groups, whole tons of them inside, below surface. Where inside is actually quite a few of cells, where there's a storage, food storage, and there's a whole of a colony where they move around in and out, these workers, because there is a workers, but also there is a soldier. Those are the one that make sure that whoever's attacking outside, they investigate immediately. And they have a pair of kind of like a plier. Everyone, you're very much right. It's very interesting how start from this level of the ground, dig the soil from the underneath surface, deposit it up, and otherwise in a few years to come, maybe 15 years, it will be a huge mound around here. This is very much active that we're looking at. But all they spend a lot of time doing this, but they use a lot of their saliva from their body, which the sweat moistures. And they'll have full tummy of this water storage on their body, able to salivate when they carry this soil underneath, bring it up to that height point. And then near the end, when it's all completely dried off and it's so strong, to damage that, it needs a lot of rain. We're not easy when the mound is still active because it's all activated every year. There is a queen. Each one of these termites would have a queen. This is the one makes the mound sustained because you breed, and then of course, and the king is there. So I'm gonna drive about this road. Yeah. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Lauren.
Good luck, Andrew. We have actually found something. We have found Shadulu. But she is so buried deep in this thicket that we actually don't have a visual right now. So instead of disturbing her or continuing to boondabash, what we're going to do is just wait it out. She's going to move at some point. It's getting cooler and cooler as the sun is going down. And she will start to move. She's just taking a pit stop. So we don't actually have a leopard to show you. But I promise you, there's one there. In the form of the Duchess of the West. It's great that she's coming back and spending a lot more time in the East. But this is a problem we're facing with summer right now. We just cannot see unless you find tracks that lead you to a sort of open area, or if you find a leopard walking on the road, you have no chance. This is why winter makes for easier game viewing, whereas summer provides a lot of challenges. It's far more beautiful in the form that is green. So the green sort of makes the animal look stunning. It's lush, it's beautiful. But in terms of actually finding the animal, it's really, really tricky. And of course the soil's been waterlogged, the roads have been waterlogged, so we've not been able to drive places. But after days like today, that water is going to evaporate. So I promise you we will have a leopard for you very shortly. I hope. Come on, Shadulu, wake up now. The hyena den was not active, which is rather disappointing, but I imagine it's just still too hot for everyone. There was a nice breeze that was coming through, but, well, that's disappeared fast. So I think Shadulu was one of the females at the tracks we were following this morning, so at least we know exactly where she is now. So I'm going to sit tight, and hopefully, very shortly, the Duchess will start to move.
Wild Earth is launching a brand new bushwalk from Pridelands. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Well, one track here in front of me, and then one track went right there. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Sorry, I'm gone behind the car. That's very rude of me. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Okay, so everybody, we've just bumped into Pride of Lion.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
So sorry about that. We got in now. I think I haven't actually moved from that last spot where we actually talk about this mound. Because now we got a frog, which is a 4-minute frog. And they're all just resting. Now this is actually far from the water. That's very much interesting about this frog, because they also, when they breathe, they're near around the water, but they do move far from the water. They've been seen around humans building villages, even inside people's house. And they don't kill nobody. They're not toxic at all. And the interesting thing is that Sophomonas frog, they can change color to a few color, paler white to gray, dark gray. You look at these twigs sitting on it. It's pretty much for they'll blend in, camouflage for a survival. And they are nocturnal. Once it's dark, they will move about, feed, hunt. And they don't love being on the ground, which many of the frogs out here, bullfrogs, during one of these hard rain storms, you find them searching for a flying insect, such as a flying termite, or these they perch. They're usually in trees most. Okay, so you're asking how many different species of frogs we have here in Djuma. It's quite a few different species. So, started from the Sophomonas frogs to those river frogs and the reed-painted reed frogs, one of the tiniest frogs we have. The folding leaf frogs, and those sandy frogs as well. And air rain frogs. It's quite a lot of few different species. Bubbling casinas. Rubber frog is one of the toxics. Those one you won't play around touching him without washing your hand, and you got a problem. But bullfrogs seems to be all eatable in African most part of religion. So there's quite a few. Those that spend a lot of time in the waters permanently, this Splantana, where you more likely find them when you spend a lot of time focusing in the water around. Hardly for them to come out, those ones, Splantanas. Odd. So he's saying it's awesome camouflage. Indeed, it is. Well, I stopped here to talk about this mound earlier, not knowing there is a frog in there. So I actually jump off just to take a look at that chimney of the frog. These termites, to see if there is anybody around working. Then there was nobody. As I look up, there was one frog sitting, but upside down. So indeed it is actually well camouflage. Of course there's tons of frogs, but being frogs, only a few of those they love being in the water permanently. But the rest of those they actually love moisture of the weather, cooler weather, around the ponds And of course you find them because they lay their eggs wherever it's wet, such as these species, tree forminis frogs. You hardly find them inside the water unless these tadpoles, when they emerge from the nest into the water for survival, of course they need the water. But once they're all grown up, they will definitely move out of the water. So now, let me carry on searching about. I'm going to be sending you across to Lauren.
Well, we've got a little bit of a better view of Shidulu here. I mean, it's probably now 1 out of 5 rather than 0 out of 5. And, well, I saw an ear flick there. She has nestled herself so perfectly into the vegetation, which is exactly what leopards do. And to be perfectly honest with you all, we probably drive past leopards in summer every day. If they've not got any tracks, if they've walked through the block so you can't sort of follow their tracks on a road, there's no way that you would know they're here. But she will get up. It's very normal behavior once it starts to cool down for her to get active. And I know many of you love to know the location, so we are currently at the junction Rebecca Zoe's. It's one of the most prominent junctions in Djuma. And sadly, every time I drive down Zoe's Road, not only is Zoe one of my best friends, it was very much Hukumuri's road. Really, almost every sighting I had of Hukumuri was on Zoe's Road. It was very much his core area, his territorial route that he took. Once leopards do set up their territory, particularly the males, they really do use the same routes day in and day out, and that's how we find them. They become very predictable. Whereas Tingana now has become very nomadic. He doesn't have a territory. He's not wasting energy on territorial patrol, which can account for 25% of his energy budget. He's now old. There's other males that he can't compete with. He's smart enough to know it's time to just go nomadic. It doesn't mean he's weak. It doesn't mean he's losing condition. Just not wasting energy. Energetics is the ultimate currency for any organism, including ourselves, including the bobbit worm, including the mosquito. And there's no point in Tingana wasting energy when he doesn't need to. We've got lots of new males coming into the area. There's another new male that's come up from Londolozi and is currently in Elephant Plains called the Shimungwe Ingwe, the Shimungwe leopard. And I'm hoping that he can cross onto Simbambili so we can get to meet him. But there's always new male leopards coming in. So that's why Tingana's very difficult to find these days. He's not calling, he's not using these predictable routes. He probably still will use familiar roads, naturally, but he's not taking those sort of familiar territorial routes and calling and scent marking and being the dominant male. And Zoe's road was very much Hukumuri's road, and my heart feels heavy every single time I drive down it because I know I'm not going to see his tracks. I know I'm not going to see him. Okay, we are of course going to stick with Miss Shidulu here as long as we can, but we're going to send you guys across to Deirdre, who's on a bumble.
We have a brawl going on here with the armoured ground katydids. Oh, there we go. Oh, some serious WWF. So, unfortunately, they do get squashed on the road. They are just in their thousands at the moment. So if you try and miss 10, you're still going to hit 1, unfortunately. But for them, they are cannibalistic, so they will consume their friends. predominantly to get salts and proteins. So that's what the fight is about at this stage. So they can get quite aggressive with each other. So they'll be around here until we have our first sort of real cold snaps. That 1 or 2 cold snaps in a row is enough for them. Then they don't make it through those. It's just too cold. But probably about another month or 2, we'll still have them around. But this is what we face. They're to try and go down the road, and even further down the road, there's just many more of them. So certainly the bigger you are, the better. If you're a ground cricket, you can see that that cautious approach. You can just see how many more. Alice is saying it's a royal rumble, absolutely. And especially with the Kalahari sand, when you land up on the roads that the sand is a lot thicker, you land up with these 2 channels where the vehicle, you slide into that groove, and unfortunately so do they. So we try our hardest, but I confess it's not that easy. In the heat of the day, they tend to go up into the bushes. So the middle of the day is the easiest because they all get off the roads and climb up the trees. So Ellie's asking the question, how big are they and how big can they get? So just give me a second. I've got a long enough cable to potentially reach down on the ground and make a friend. Just give me 1 second, and then I will show Ellie relative to my hand. If he wants to come along. Oh no, come. Here, this one we're going to make you famous. Whoops. There we go, Ellie. So relative to my hand, an armoured ground cricket. So I don't want to block him there. Just hang on a second, I've got to plug back in and then I can get any questions that there are. My little friend. So, relative to my hand, I hope he doesn't bite me now, just because I've picked him up. I'll put him back exactly where I found him, but you can see those sheer spikes on the back of the armour plating. And they're armour plated, trust me. If they fall off the wall or they fall somewhere, they land on the ground, they just sort of shake it off and carry on going. And there you see that sunlight is catching that beautiful shield on the back, making a really nice red coloration. This one's only got 1 antennae. So the antennae is their sense of smell, almost touch and feel. That's how they can communicate. And then you can see their beaker zoomed in quite nice. You can actually see the eyes as well, and how the mandibles and the mouth parts are working. Oh, no, I'm getting a little bit of a nibble. So you're all saying he's a lot bigger than you thought, and this isn't even the biggest one. Some of them get a little bit larger than that, but I mean, you can see we saw them kicking at the back legs, but you can see how long their legs actually are. And then it's got incredibly sensory appendages. There's always feeling with those little appendages in the front there. A little bit ticklish, not too bad. I'm going to release him now, give him his freedom. Hopefully he doesn't become a road casualty. There we go. So a lot bigger. So I'd say if we had to take a vote amongst the staff here, who likes them and who doesn't like them, unfortunately they're definitely in the dislike category, because they find themselves, they just get everywhere. If you leave a door open, they're inside. The other night I had 2 on my pillow, so not the easiest things to get rid of. We're going to send you across to Lauren and her leopard. Hopefully she's got a better visual.
Oh, I would love to see one of them. You know, I'm a big fan of insects. Now you can see the panting. We're losing a lot of ambient light, so it's going to be a little bit tricky with IR to keep up with Shadulu, but of course we will do our best. And it's just been far too hot for these animals. Of course they're used to it, of course they've adapted to it, and she's panting because she's trying to lose heat through evaporative cooling, but through her mouth. And that's exactly the same process that we lose heat through sweat. So when sweat comes, is produced by the glands, our sweat glands, and sits on our skin, it draws heat away from the body as the water evaporates. So any moist surface draws heat away, and we could actually technically also pant. I'm not recommending you pant, but we can, and the moist environment inside our mouth, the heat will be drawn away, and that's exactly what the animals do here. I mean, our sweat is just mostly made up out of water, potassium, salt, and other minerals, I guess. And that's why if we sweat a lot, we must sort of rehydrate, not just with water, but also with salts and minerals. And sweating is controlled by the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus also regulates lots of biological processes such as heart rate, blood pressure, and overall body temperature. But Shadulu can't sweat. She's not got that option. So the cats have to find another way. I mean, it's said, I think the average human body has 2 million sweat glands. That's a lot of sweat glands. We're lucky in that regard. Our ability to sweat means we can run longer distances at faster speeds. And this stems from the days where humans could hunt game during the hottest part of the days when the predators had to rest, when we were hunter-gatherers. We're losing a lot of light here very, very fast. Do you want to go into infrared, Impo? Are we okay? Okay, we're going to go into infrared. Your picture is going to change into black and white. And because sweating is so efficient for us as humans, it means that we can we have evolved bigger brains. Because we can keep cool so efficiently. I've got another vehicle coming to join the sighting. Now we really can't see anything, can we? I can't even see that panting body. Okay, I really do hope that Shadulu moves soon and we'll be able to follow her, but I believe Deirdre has made it to a waterhole.
So we navigated the minefield of crickets to get to the waterhole, and unfortunately there's nothing here at this moment, so I think that the little sociable weavers behind us are coming in And the crickets are busy talking. I think we just do a little bit of a silent moment here and see maybe something comes to the water. I'm just going to go forward. There's birds chasing a little pearl-spotted owlet. So I'm going to try and get us a view. We're not hearing the owlet, but I saw them chase it. I saw where it landed. So let's go see if we can quickly get the owlet. BK, it's just on the other side of this thicket here. So it'll be backwards. But I heard the birds, they were quite agitated. So it was a little Mariko flycatcher. There was a pair of them that were shouting at this little pearl-spotted owlet, and he's just kept quiet, but he landed somewhere in the back here. So now, here comes the challenge for me and BK to find where this little owl landed. He's somewhere in there, so he is literally only about 10-11 centimeters, but he flew into this thicket here. So the poor little pearl-spotted owlet, he'll prey on nestlings, and unfortunately that's why birds detest them. So as soon as they see them, they mob the poor little chaps, so they never get any peace, because as soon as they've been seen by one, they just shout and they call everybody else. So they just get shouted at the whole time. I'm going to see if I can't see. He didn't land. I can't see where he landed. But they've left him. They've left this area, so maybe he's well hidden. I'm going to quickly show you in the book which one I'm talking about for those that have never seen it. The pearl-spotted owlet. So, BK, we can bring the camera here. It's literally this one down here. So I'm going to point to that one. So, relatively small owl. Very, very small owl, and I'm just going to put that just up here a little bit, yeah. So the pearl spots are literally, they've got two false eyes on the back of their head, and that's because they're constantly getting mobbed by other birds. So it's almost to fool the birds into looking as if they've got fake eyes and that they're actually looking at them. So that's less likely that the bird actually sort of goes at them with the beak. But I'm going to fold the book away. So total size probably literally about that big. So one of the smaller of the owlets. No, I don't see him. I can hear birds shouting a little bit further down, so it might be a second one in the pair that's getting harassed. But a little bit too far from where we are now. Well, let's head back to the water. We'll just reverse quickly to the water. It was a chance. It's always a chance. So we'll stick around here and see if anything comes in the meantime, but we're going to send you across to Andrew, who sounds like he's still bumbling around.
So we are back to the quarantine where we believe these lions, whenever they get mobile, maybe they will definitely going to check quarantine, because sometimes great area to offer a lot of a chance for the cats to hunt prey species that are always around in this open area here. Which, yes, is getting a slightly, this is the best time for them to start to move, I'm sure. So we're in the middle of the quarantine where it doesn't look like there's anything such as impalas or any antelope around here. Candice, so you're asking how many lion prides are in Djuma. We see 3 different pride at the moment, such as a Torchwood pride, and then there is a Talamati pride, and there is a Nguma pride that we had this morning. So the males, those are the, for now, that the male dominating for now 2 different pride, where we haven't seen them with the Torchwood yet, but definitely they would reproduce with Torchwood whenever they get a chance. So still a Voka, the 3 males that are now dominating in this area, a coalition. So I'm gonna take another western road close to that thicket there, see what's coming out for us.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. Yeah, the wildcats, the aardvark, yeah, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my gutting career so far.
We have a baby pangolin. We're just gonna go very quietly. There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away. And with this storm coming towards us,
absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari.
Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious.
Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
you can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is gonna walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was...
And just like that, Shadulu stood up, went behind our vehicle and into the block. Believe it or not, the lions, the Igumas, are just there. The radios are down, so I hope Andrew's on his way, but they are very, very close. So I'm hoping Shadulu's not going to go that way, and she heads sort of towards quarantine. But for now, we're just going to have to see if we can hear or see her pop out. If she's marching through the block, then we have no luck, I'm afraid. I think she'll pop out. James, you're 6 years old. Leopards eat whenever they want to. There's lightning over there. Whenever they are hungry, they will hunt. They don't need to eat every single day like you or I. They don't need to have breakfast, lunch and dinner and maybe supper and even a snack. They don't need to do that. They need to hunt. They need to actively go and find their food, which is not easy, and they spend a lot of energy. Sorry, Jared, our comms are breaking up. I can't hear you. All the radios are down. We've had a big power cut here. When do they sleep? Okay. Not when do they eat. I apologize. They eat whenever they want and they sleep whenever they want, to be entirely honest with you. But they are primarily nocturnal. So that means that they're most active at nighttime. So just like that, Shadulu got up. It's cool enough, it's dark enough now. And off she goes on her nighttime activities. But you will find them active during the day, and you also will find them sleeping during the day. So humans are mostly diurnal, which means we're daytime people. We're more active in the daytime, and we sleep at night. Whereas leopards are the opposite. They're nocturnal, so they're more active at nighttime. Sorry, I thought you said eat. All the game drive radios are down, I'm afraid, which is why I'm trying to help Andrew go to the lions. So I thought Jared said eat. I'm not entirely sure we'll be lucky at relocating her, but I will try. It's very, very dangerous, Bunda Bashan, when it's this thick. One, there might be an animal you don't see. There might be a pothole, a aardvark burrow you don't see. There might even be a tree you don't see. So I'm going to do my very, very best to find the Duchess. Hopefully I get lucky and we're going to send you to Deirdre at the waterhole.
We definitely wouldn't want Lauren stuck in an aardvark hole. I know what it's like when the leopards move off into the thickets, and with the grass height at the moment, you can hardly see anything. I couldn't even see an owl at 5 meters in the bushes, so I do have sympathy. We just have our late afternoon light. The sun is pretty much starting to go down on the horizon. Not much more light left for us either, but that golden glow across the mountains at the back is just beautiful. So the only thing we've seen coming into the water is just doves drinking, and then there is the regular blacksmith lapwing on the edge of the water, and I just had a mosquito go past my ear. So BK and I better watch out, because we're going to be somebody's dinner soon. No, that bird flew away, BK. There's one under the tree there. Kimberly is saying it's so peaceful to watch that water rippling. It is very nice with the light on it. So we're hoping, I was crossing my fingers, because now is probably maybe a little bit too early, but I said to BK, I hope that maybe a brown hyena comes down to drink. That'd be a real treat. But we might be a little bit too early. Generally the sun has to set before the brown hyenas start moving. Mosquito just got me. If you see the camera suddenly moving, that's because I'm itching and twitching in my seat while the mosquito is taking a bite out of me. Mandy's asking when was the last time I saw a brown hyena. So BK remind me it was about a week ago, less than a week ago. BK and I saw it on our way, so we've done all our sound checks and we were on our way to start the show. Unfortunately, it was 15 minutes before the show, and it was making its way up one of the mountains. So we did see one, and really, really clearly and really well. I think it was actually BK's first brown hyena, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he had a really, really good view of that. We would have loved to have shown it to you, but it was 15 minutes too early, unfortunately. So we see them. Yeah, that's probably about right. An average of sort of once a week somebody sees one. It's not a common thing. You also have to know where the best spots are to look for them, and they generally are shy in nature. So you tend to catch them by surprise. But if you stop the vehicle immediately, maybe they're a little bit curious and they stick around for a little bit longer. But sometimes it's also not uncommon to see a brown furball just running through the bushes. And the only words that get out of your mouth is, there goes a brown hyena. The sun's pretty much gone down below the horizon now, so those colours will change pretty quickly. We'll start getting slightly darker, but hardly a cloud in the sky today. It shows we're probably in for another hot day again tomorrow. Oh, there's a little grebe dancing on the water. Beautiful. So that was a little grebe. Jerome is asking the question, is there a big difference between spotted and brown hyena? So spotted hyena are actually slightly larger, but it's very difficult to say that they're slightly larger because the brown hyena are so much more hairy. So they have a long brown shaggy coat and a really large head and these sort of pointy ears, whereas the spotted hyena have these nice little round ears and spots all over their body and tend to be quite sort of bulky and large, whereas the brown hyenas... you can't really see the muscular structure of the brown hyena because they're just very hairy. So, different there. But funnily enough, the brown hyena are also social at their dens, but we just don't see them. We see them foraging singly. We've only, on the odd occasion, seen two together that were most likely a pair because of the way that they treated each other. They were sharing a carcass. So otherwise, you don't see them in the big sort of family clans, like you're seeing Corky and Ribbon and all the others from Djuma. And also what they both scavenge, but brown hyena will also hunt quite a bit for themselves, as well as the spotted hyena, so it's a bit either or. But here they certainly do clean up carcasses, animals that have died of natural causes. They'll they'll chew off a hind quarter and take it all the way back to their den. We've got one or two areas here in the reserve where we have actually found their dens. So we know, but right up in the top of the mountains you find a nice cave, and then outside the cave is just like a larder of skin and bones and, you know, bits of a zebra, and then the horns of a wildebeest or a leg bone. So they do like to have takeaways that they take them all the way back to their den. So we're going to move on from here and see if we can maybe find you a brown hyena somewhere else. We're going to send you across to Lauren.
Looking for Shadulu, we drive straight into a male lion. Clearly one of the avokas. I have not seen the avokas in a very, very long time. Okay, we're going to go into infrared. That was not our spotlight, I'm afraid, but sometimes it plays havoc with our visuals. You all good there, Impa? Okay, we're now in infrared. We should be able to locate them. Okay, apparently our infrared is not working, everyone. Can you believe it? Not having the luckiest of drives. There is no point in us following this male here if we don't have infrared. Oh dear. Technology, such a wonderful thing. So I think we're just going to go back out onto the road and try and figure out if we can make this work. So for now, over to Andrew.
So we are now bumbling around, trying to see if we can find anything around here. Any of the nocturnals. Could be a genet, could be an African wild cat, any of those leopards, Galago bush babies, those are the mainly found at night most of the time. We shine around like that, hoping to pick up some reflection of their eyes. sometimes can be possible to trek at night once there's a clear road and there's a tracks. Then of course, you got the tracks, you know where they're going. Jack, so you're asking if I prefer sunrise or sunset drive? Both. And then it's always apply the same quality. Well, sunrise, this is where animals are still moving about in the morning. Those are nocturnal leopards, lions, and then of course dusk and dawn. Sunset as well, this is where nocturnals are about to get up, do their hunt. So that only the difference is that during the day, a lot of the day animals are available. At night, less of them. So I'm going to carry on here, sending you across to Lauren.
We got one lioness and our IR light, which is extremely temperamental, working. Now, the pride has apparently cut through the block. I've been advised by Rexon, let's not go through the block. Let's try and see if we can go round to get them. Now, Shadulu is very close to these lions. Not that I think anything is going to happen. Don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying they were in very, very close proximity to one another. Okay, this visual is not good. What a stressful bumble. Andrew is on his way to find the lions and we can't communicate with one another right now. And of course, I rounded the corner while looking for Shadulu and there they were. So I think at least if we get round this block, they might pop out. We might be able to hear them as well. They're going to start contact calling. But I have really not seen the Nkuhuma pride in months upon months upon months since I last saw the Nkuhumas. So I would really, really love to catch up with them, especially if they're mobile. The lightning's going over here. I think we're definitely in store for a storm tonight. There's something quite amazing about seeing lions as the lightning is going off in the background. I don't actually know where Andrew is, but it would be great to get him working the area as well. Teamwork makes the dream work, everybody. Yeah, none of the vehicles are going to attempt to go through this block. I think Shadulu have made a quick exit and gone towards quarantine. That's my best guess. Okay, Andrew's actually not too far away from where they're predicted to pop out. So let's get Jared involved in this live safari. I mean, he's already involved, but Jared, tell him to go to Impala Plains and we're going to teamwork this and see if we can catch the Nkuhumas as a last-minute sighting for you all. They've been flat all day because, well, it's just too hot today. On a winter's day, they'll obviously be awake a lot earlier. We're communicating through FC. Our director is now being our game drive radio. Andrew copies. Copy, Jared. Tell Andrew I said copy. They're going to pop out at some point. So we're just going to guess where they're going to pop out about. Shadulu just disappeared just like that. We were in quite a tight spot. I guess there was no way that we're actually going to be able to get out of that tight spot quick enough to follow her. Amber, I've seen attempted hunts. I've actually never seen a takedown at night time. I witnessed many hunts in the Mara during the day. The lion prides up there are very, very active during the day. But at night time, only attempted hunts where they've tried, but they've never been successful. And I mean, to be very honest, Amber, in sort of vegetation this thick, you're really not going to be able to follow an animal for too long. Winter is perfect for really capturing the hunt because it's not a quick affair. You know, they all gather, they communicate in their own way, they coordinate, they assess the situation. For ambush predators, like your lions and like your leopards, it's all about assessing the situation. You've got to be close enough to your prey to make a successful hunt. If you're too far away, the prey's going to see you coming and you're not going to be successful. I don't know if I'm going to be successful at catching these lions, but let's try. Sarah, the leopard, would run for his life, most likely up a tree. Although lions can, of course, climb trees, they absolutely can, they're not as quick and as nimble or as elegant at it as leopards are. So the leopard would run for his life. The lions may give a chase. It really depends on the scenario, to be perfectly honest with you. But they will not be happy to see one another. Neither side of that situation would be happy to see one another. We've seen interactions. Tingana got chased by the Nkuhumas not so long ago. I think that was with Tristan. And we've watched lions, it was the Nkuhumas, steal a kill from Hosanna on the dam cam. Hosanna ran to the top of that tree faster than lightning. Oh, talking of lightning, did you see that? The skies are alive. I do love a good electrical storm. I'm not hearing any thunder, but the skies are alive with lightning. This is very normal for summer, thunderstorms. But very slowly, we're going to be transitioning into autumn. I use that word very loosely. And the impala rutting will start once again. So for now, over to Andrew.
Yeah. So now I'm making my way back to the Impala plain there. So it sounds like the lions are just moving in and out that area. So I'm going to see if maybe we get a little bit of a look at them. It wasn't really easy this morning because of one of the drainage line to cross. So, but if they head back to then quarantine, I think we were there not long ago. But they can be actually up and down because of so sorry that Lauren was there, but a little bit of an issue with her radio, so I'm going to see if I'll take over the bride. Of a lions. And they will have a lot of a night moving. And he asking how many members lions in the Goma Pride. So last night I think it was 3 adult or 4 adult, and the rest was kind of sub-adult. And so I count 14 at least of them in there, including all the juveniles and things. So it's quite a number of a pride. So in that many of them, they would need a proper meal. Oh, the elephant. Elephant. Okay, so we're gonna go into infrared in this case, because we know this is how we always play role out there. We need to go to one of the, even it's nocturnal animals, give them chance. Infrared light doesn't really affect nobody, so always just import it. A herd of elephants. You believe the minute you're not looking for them and they're around. So it just feels like I always have to pretend like looking for lions and I look for elephants. Then maybe that's how I'm going to find them. And they're so quiet. Even they're so huge animals, they just not doing much noises. So, Rob, you're asking, you're saying that the night drive are so intense. Yes, indeed it is. One thing for sure is that there's sometimes so much offering. Those are there. Sometimes you see animal that you don't often see during the day. Some behavior of the animal that they do during the day and they do during the night you don't see during the day. So it's one of those. It's got to be a huge herd, but it's so difficult, in this wood. All we hear all over bushes shaking going on in the middle of the bush. That is the sound, trumpet sound. So it looks like nobody in the road anymore, so we're gonna roll off. Continue our journey to these lions. Elephants spend a lot of time out in this wood. They even understand the roads, what it's all about. Sometimes you find them in the road, the minute you realize, well, you gotta need a road, but you gotta be waiting enough for them to able to be politely move out of that road for you. And they will definitely gonna move out of the road politely. That's what happened there. So let me just go down to the quarantine, see what is going on about these lions. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Ntswalo.
I feel a little bit bad because I've just told BK that this is an average sunset for the Kalahari because he's taking some pictures on his phone. He's like, it's amazing. And I said, yes, it is amazing, but this is not as spectacular as they can be. So this for us, we sound real like a spoiled brat if I say it's an average, but the colors are absolutely stunning. But the temperature has just plummeted. We can't believe we've already got our jerseys on. I've already got my buff around my neck, and I definitely will be driving with my beanie on my head for home. It's just amazing that how quickly that temperature has just left us. But the barking geckos are up and out. The brown eyes are out there somewhere. We just got to find them. That's red-crested Korhaan calling. Zay is asking the question, what do I like the most about the wildlife of South Africa? Wow. I actually have to think about that because I just really enjoy the fact that you've got such diversity. I've been very, very fortunate for myself personally over my career of 20 plus years to have guided in multiple different locations. So something like, for me, a brown hyena, I'd seen a few before, different places, then you come here and you see them a bit more regularly, but you have to go all the way to the Djumas and the Pinders in order to see elephants. So I think that's probably been what I enjoy about the wildlife the most. Is just the sheer diversity. You go to one or two different places in different areas in South Africa and you can see completely different things. So here took me 16 years in my career to find my first pangolin. I got here, I met the trackers, and I said, that's on my wish list. And they said, come with us, we will take you. And that afternoon I'd seen my second and my third one, and I couldn't believe it, but it was just in the right place at the right time with some exceptional skill. And now it's just been a really, really awesome thing to see. You don't often see eland, gemsbok, springbok, so you come from a totally different area to an area like this, and it's completely different. And the birds as well. The birds are also very, very different in different places. So Stacey's comment is that sunset is jaw-dropping. Looks like an oil painting. So there we go. Points for you, BK. Somebody, I do. It is just spectacular. It is stunning. You can't not look here at something that's that beautiful. Just that sort of pink has gone towards more sort of a fire red orange. Lisa is asking how far do we drive in a day. Now, in the Kalahari, we probably average anywhere up to 40 to 80 kilometers on a game drive in about 4 hours. It just depends on what you're looking for. It's not uncommon for a guide to come back here after having done more than 100 kilometers in a morning drive. And that's just because it's such a large area just to get anywhere here. To go from sort of one corner of the property to the other corner of the property will probably take you 4 or 5 hours at least. And that's just sort of driving around at a slow speed. Some areas even longer than that, just to traverse across some of the areas of Tswalu. So we are very, very fortunate. So we tend to pick here sort of a species-specific focus. So if we're heading out on a drive, you're specifically looking for either cheetah or for lion or for wild dogs, because they're not all in the same areas. We just have to go long distances to find them. I think, BK, let's drive. We're not far from that little pen, so I want to pop into a pen that's not too far down this road, and we can see if there's anything that's come to drink there. I still want to have an attempt at showing you a brown hyena. We'll turn that down. Okay, so FC, we're going to go into IR at the moment, so hopefully while BK fiddles he doesn't fall off the car. So driving around in the evening time, we're just hoping to find scrub hares, maybe spring hares. Honey badger and caracal here are very, very rare, so I'd be super excited if one of those popped out. But bat-eared foxes, they come out now. The Cape fox comes out now. The genet. There's some owls. We get quite a lot of different owl species that we look for at night. So we've got the giant eagle owl, the barn owl, the spotted eagle owl is probably the most common one. Then the pearl-spotted owlet that we were looking for earlier, as well as a white-faced owl. So quite a nice variety on the nocturnal owls. Everyone can't believe how different Tswalu looks in IR. Well, you can see me weaving across the road. I'm trying to miss some of the armoured ground crickets, but I'm definitely not very good at it. They're all over the place. But yeah, our sun's setting now pretty much just on 7 o'clock, so it's setting a little bit earlier than what it has been. We should be coming up to that waterhole relatively soon. I try and approach it slowly. You can never really approach quietly, but we do try. Oh, there's an owl. There's an owl. Straight up. There we go. Go BK. Let's see where he lands. Perfect. He lands silhouette. Did you see him there, BK? Let me go forward by a oh, there we go. He's being chased by a bird. So we've got a silhouette of him. You see him here? BK? Low? Okay. BK's got him. So that's exactly what we were talking about. So I can't see, but by the shape, the size, and the behavior, I would say it's a spotted eagle owl, but I'll try and check with my binoculars. But he just got dive bombed by a nightjar. So he's already been told off. So why they bob their heads up and down like that is because they've got two ear holes on either side, just behind their eyes. So the little tufts that you see are not ears, those are just sort of decorative feathers. And they help break up the outline of the owl when it's in the tree. But the ear holes just behind the eyes are asymmetrical, so they're not directly in line. So bobbing that head up and down allows sound to come in from two different directions and actually allow the owl to then pinpoint where the prey source is. So although you're only seeing a silhouette, you can actually see feathers all the way down the legs. And you are able to see how he's turning his head, looking in all different directions. And there he goes. And, oh, he just landed. Oh, he came even closer. Beautiful. So now we might be able to see him a little bit better. Very, very cooperative owl. It's like I trained him. Yes! That is gorgeous. Now you can see spotted eagle owl. So good guess on the silhouette. Beautiful yellow eyes, big yellow eyes. And the binocular vision that they have, also with their eyes facing forward, sometimes moving their head around also helps them focus their picture as well. So they sort of almost have like a blind spot right in front of them, so they have to move their head in order to see the full picture. So it's probably seeing me and BK quite clearly, but we haven't moved, so we're not necessarily a threat at this stage. If we happen to start the car and move again, then it would definitely fly off. It's a stunning owl and it has just left. Oh, it's flown up into another tree. BK's all over it. It's at least it keeps putting itself in a silhouette there. So what a nice way to end the evening, just a real nice silhouette of that owl. We're still going to pop into the dam and see what we can find.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a Wild Earth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. What is my favorite animal and why? I think I'd have to say a lion. Being able to try and follow them and understand their movements and dynamics is super interesting. People often underestimate them and think that they sleep all the time, but once they get up and start moving around, they are fascinating to watch, and watching them interact with one another is a super highlight for me. If I can pass on this passion and this enthusiasm for lions and prides of lions into a guest that's sitting at home, that's what I'm really going for.
Alright everybody, so we get to the position where the lion was seen moving about, but now only in Impala that we stop here having a look at them through IR light. They also look very much alert, because could be maybe a danger that is around them. It's pitch dark for sure for the lions to gain access close to this prey species. But good things about impalas, they're in an open area where if there's any approach, definitely they will be spotted. There are many of the eyes since there's so many of impalas, and there's not actually even an alarm call yet, which maybe is that because they haven't spotted or maybe smelled the sense of lions, because the lions can also downwind prey species if there's a chance. Such a pride of probably 13, 14 of them, Impala will be nothing, even can succeed to kill one down. You're gonna have to probably look for more of a Impalas. So everybody, we're coming in the end of the show of this evening, and then but tomorrow, 6:30 Central African time, we'll be seeing you guys in the very much same spot, just to get and found out how the lions will be about the whole night. So until then, thank you for everybody. Goodbye from us.